All right. All right, we're live. Welcome to Roleplay Cafe. We're going to jump right into it.
Who's starting us?
So the time is early winter, late fall, when the crops are beginning to be brought in and stores are being brought about and laid away. In the village, in the hamlet of Dredgewater, the Baron von Mart has called a tourney, or it will be attending a tourney held by our Baron. The brigand Simon Ruff is posted as wanted by sheriff, and various sea peoples have been rumored to be about and may have absconded with some of Dredgewater's residential fishermen. I, Lord Harlan Alamir, on my way towards the tourney to apply as a guardsman with a few of my men, will stop by the armor to check on the condition of my father's weapons and armor that I have inherited.
Okay. I grunt as I lift up the timber that I had fallen earlier today. I traded some pelts with Ulfgar in the village, trying to complete my my little hovel before winter fully sets in. It's already biting cold as it is right now. I can hear some clamor off in the distance south of me in the town, and the wood pinches my hand a little bit, and I curse, "Damn it!" and drop the log and pick up my gear. And I'm heading. I turn on my heel and head south to get into town, into Dredgewater proper.
You hear a high. If I'm too loud, gents, please tell me. You hear a loud yell, Saverick, echoing through the woods from the direction of Dredgewater. It is a high-pitched sound of a youth calling for your name.
Okay, immediately
Saverick! Saverick!
What? Who is it?
Stumbling through the trees is a young boy from Dredgewater. He's sweating. He approaches you. You know him as And. You would call him And, the younger. He is an orphan boy who tends to follow you about when you're around town. Doesn't often come out into the woods. He arrives sweating, bends over, sweating, breathing heavily, and says, "Lord Ilfric, not far to the northeast, calls for your aid, Saverick. Something about the need for a man of your talents. I don't know what it's about."
And he sent you to me, boy.
He did, and he stands up, huffing, puffing. He's about 12 years old, sweating profusely. He's run, obviously, the whole way.
Did he give you coin?
He looks, oh, why would he give me a coin? I'm just
You're
a peasant. I do what
boy.
I'm told.
You're a messenger.
This is true. He
Demand
sticks out his
coin from
hand.
him.
He sticks out a hand. He'll pay you back. I'll gladly take a coin.
You're back. This is a lesson to be learned. You don't set out without the coin in your purse.
Yes, Saverick. I am learning.
Get back to Dredgewater.
Yes, he turns on his heel,
Yeah.
racing through the trees.
I'll watch him leave off a little bit.
Okay, Eric, where are you at? All right, it's not Eric. Ulfgar, excuse me.
Ulfgar is sitting here pounding on and shredding more plow blades that keep piling up because these farmers don't know what they're doing. Finishes one, drops it off out in the back, and puts his hands on his waist and kind of like swears something under his breath. Grabs the next one and starts trying to straighten it for these ignorant farmers that don't know how to use their equipment right.
Rapping on your blacksmithy doorway here, and you see a tall gentleman poke his head in around the eaves and sticks his head in. Ulfric, this gentleman is the man-at-arms from the Washburn's castle. Of course, you know him as oh gosh, I gotta look at my own NPCs, right? This is, of course, the man-at-arms is Sir Peter Wellsworth. He's the cousin to Washburn. Ulfric, are you ready? Are you prepared for the festivities? As there will be many a knight bringing his junk in here to be repaired.
As always, yes. I have plenty of scrap metal to fix any of his tear in his armor. Good. And
listen, for those that are of the Baron von Mort's men, try not to do such great work for them. Yes?
I fix my armor like any other blacksmith with pride.
He pulls out a bag and jingles it a little bit. What say you a little silver to change that attitude?
What's that? Put my hammer upside your head. My reputation is everything. Put your coin back in your pocket and leave me, sir.
Ulfgar, it is nice to know you cannot be corrupted. Great to know you cannot be. He stuffs it away, nods, and says, be prepared now. There will be much coin coming your way for this work, Ulfgar.
This is where I make most of my coin, is during these festivities.
Turns on his heel, and he fingers a couple of shields on his way out, fingers maybe a couple of hammers you've got hanging, turns and looks and says, Ulfgar, your work is improving. It is improving.
What do you mean improving? It's the best in this town.
But that is not saying much. And he ducks and out the door, gone into the mud and muck of Dredgewater.
He may or may not hear me mumbling as I turn around going, I need to crack his skull with my hammer.
I heard that, Ulfgar.
Good. Then you're forewarned.
All right, so
Ulgar's like 6'4". He's massive, all muscle. Yeah. Most people don't like shaking his hand because they end up pulling away a very sore, useless hand for at least a day.
Right. Nice. All right, so back to Lord Harlan Elamir. Upon your you're arriving at the Lord's Manor. Is that what you said? I may have missed that, Brian.
Yeah. Well, first we'll stop by the blacksmith to kind of check in on my inherited armor and weapons from my father, and then I will make my way to register with my brother Radcliffe and Talbot, who is a man-at-arms, and then Christoph, a footman. Ooh, so just bringing these gentlemen with us to kind of assist, and I will also be bringing a gift of a finely cured wild boar's shank as a feasting gift for our Lord Baron Washburn.
Yes, fantastic. So as you arrive with Radcliffe, and you had mentioned one other Radcliffe and
Talbot, he's a man-at-arms.
Talbot.
Yeah.
As you arrive at the palisade of Washburn's, the gates are down. It's festive. They are, despite the winter, everybody is in high spirits. As this is the only real festival that occurs at this time of year. And you meet Matthias at the gate. He nods, doesn't dare stop you as he nods. As you just walk right past on the planks across the moat into the small city of Washburn's Palisade grounds. Again, here, not as many people. These are there's a few vendors here that stock greater wares, like the blacksmith, right? And so they are protected behind the Palisade walls. As you approach the blacksmith, you see once again, you have rarely actually talked to Dar. Dar is not here as usual, but his assistant, his apprentice, is and he's a capable young man in his 20s. He steps out and wiping his hands on his apron. Lord, yes, come in. It looks as though the armor is more than ready. Come. And he makes way for you and your companions.
Okay. Just motioning for Talbot to wait by the door and come in with my brother Radcliffe. I mean, we're both younger than he is. So, I say, if you could, let's go ahead and try the armor first so that we could see its fitting. I know that it would need to have been taken up quite a bit to fit someone of my size. I am not my father's girth yet.
Yes. He begins to start to fit the armor. Let's make a luck roll, my friend.
It's a 14.
Okay. So he drops it on. It feels a little loose at first, and then you feel him begin to cinch it up and tighten it. And then you realize, okay, it fits well. He cinches up both sides, straps on the leggings, straps on the shin, right? The spalding, or what are they called?
Yeah.
Spalders, right? He's strapping everything down, and you realize, remarkably, that it is a very good fit. So this will be worth to you +2 to your combat, right? As an excellent piece of gear.
My leather
All
was
right.
good, right?
Dar did good, did he not? Yes, sir. Yours is a +1.
All right.
Yes, that's correct, Sabrit.
All right.
Let me grab my pencil. I dropped my pencil. I
See,
need
if
another
you went
desk.
to, if you came to my smithy, you would have needed a luck roll because I would have done it right.
Got to make sure.
It was only a fitting.
Yes, yes.
I,
it is definitely.
What is Dar's apprentice's name? You know, I've never had your name. May I have?
Oh Lord, that is gracious of you. I am young Toby. I am the third cousin of Dar. I am learning how to do. Hopefully,
I
as
hold
well
my
as-
hand up before he can go any further, and I say, "Young Toby, you are amongst friends here. Please, we are in your house. You may call me Harlan."
A young person is, and he starts to answer, and then you're interrupted as somebody pokes in. It is a scrabbly-looking woman. You've never seen her before. Not that you've seen all the scrabbly-looking people of Dredgewater. And she pokes her in and says, "Is he going to be returning or not? You had told me he would be back today. We are desperate." And Toby looks at you and says to the woman, "Woman, you will see him when he arrives. Do not worry. He will when he's arrives. You will see him. Do not disturb me and the Lord and his family." And she looks at you and slinks away. Muddy, dirty face, draggled hair, looks a little dehydrated, a little malnourished. Toby turns to you and says, these people arrived. They are from Norwich. They arrived late last night. There's at least 9 of them, and they are desperate to see the Baron, and he refuses. So they think Dar might be able to help them. I do not know why.
Did they arrive unannounced?
They did. They arrived banging on the palisade gates in the night. They were turned away this morning when the gates were open. They came in asking for the Baron's audience, and of course he refuses. He doesn't meet with strangers from Norwich. You know, the North, they are a different kind of people up there.
Do you know where they are housed?
He literally pulls back the leather curtain, leather drop, and just nods over, and they're like in the palisade courtyard, about 9 of them huddled and talking, and you see, and they're all adults, and they all appear to be aged older men. These are definitely in their 30s, late 20s, early 30s. They're older men. This happened to be a fairly middle-aged woman who poked her head in.
Okay.
No children.
Thank you, Toby. Now, if we could see the sword.
Yes. This is fine. With these 9 strangers about, I have hidden it here in the back. He takes you through the back into the where the hearth, the big hearth is, where they do a lot of work that is not on display out front. And he digs through some furs and pulls out, and you can hear it as he kind of bangs it on the stone and then looks a little ashamed.
I come smart.
Drags it out. This is, I'm sorry, Lord, I don't think. And he lifts it, and it's fairly heavy, and he pulls it and he shows it, and he checks where he dinged it on the, oh no, the blade is of such great quality that minor little bang won't hurt it. And then he turns it pommel up to you and hands it to you, pommel first.
Okay. Same roll?
No, sir. Oh, yes, for luck roll. Yep.
10 even.
Okay, so the sword is beautiful, well crafted. It is maybe a little heavier than you would have liked. For maybe you'll grow into it. But it's going to.
It was my father's sword, so.
Yes. The workmanship, hard to say how much it really needed, but it's good quality, right? But it may have always been, right?
Okay. I thank Toby and give Toby a copper and tell him to, while he is here, since you are so within range, keep an eye on those visiting from Northwich.
Oh, yes.
Just in
Lord.
case.
And I know Matthias has got 2 of the guards on the walls, and he kind of, as he walks you to the front and the light's coming in, he kind of nods up on the pole, and you can see a couple of guards up on the palisade walls who are almost looking over the walls as much as they're looking into the courtyard. So they're definitely keeping an eye on these 9 strangers.
Okay. As we leave Toby, I put my arm around my younger brother Radcliffe, and I say, one day we will get you away from that smaller dagger-like sword that you carry now, but eventually you'll grow up old enough to swing a full weapon. It
is always served me well, brother.
And then we'll leave here and make our way to sign up for guard duty.
Okay, and that is in the actual keep.
Okay.
That is in his actual home, and that's just a wooden, large wooden walk up into the home. And we'll go back to Dell as you've now entered Dredgewater, Savler.
Well, actually,
okay. You tell me.
I've turned around to grab my bone-handled knife. I want to roll on that and see if it's of better quality, as well as the bow, the U bow with a bone handle on it. Right.
Yes, sir. Roll.
Right. No, it was a 4.
Yes. As you examine it, you frown. I really must improve my right. What else did you roll?
Well, a 10 on the second one.
On the second one, that would not be good enough for you, unfortunately, right?
Correct.
So they're both in. You know,
the handle's cracked.
Mhm.
It's been I've had to use it a lot in the construction of this building, and in skinning, I've skinned more wolves than I can care to count out here, and the blade is worn and the handle's cracked, as well as the overuse of the, both of these are in poor condition. I'm gonna have to replace them at some point. Okay, I said this, Lord Alfred, what does he want? What does he want sending that boy out here for me? I can't abandon my post, though I should go to Dredgewater and let the Reeve know. And so this one I take it on, off my heel and head down toward Dredgewater, and I go in there. The gate master, Matthias, is he there at his post?
he's at the Palisade Gate, which is not in Dredgewater proper.
Okay, gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
So I don't know if you're going to Dredgewater proper or the Palisade.
Oh yeah, just the proper.
Oh, okay.
Where everybody's gathering, because I'm assuming that Alfred should be there. He's from Bedtown. So.
Yes. As you arrive, you see tents being erected all over the high ground, which is west of Dredgewater, because most of Dredgewater is high water table, swampy. However, in the winter, that recedes a little bit, and we've got a little bit of a hard, muddy ground. But they are just west and southwest, or excuse me, east of Dredgewater. You see them erecting tents. You see the colors of Lord Elfrig's tents. You see the colors of Von Mort's tents. You see other lords and nobles in the area as well. You might even see Lord Elmir's tent if he sent his people out to prepare with squires, etc.
Yeah, I'm beelining straight to Lord Alfred's tent.
Okay. As you approach, two men kind of step in front of you as you approach the tent. Both of them bigger than you, fairly well
To
garbed.
one side, your lord calls me,
And you are?
said the boy.
Ah, yes, you must be Savrik. Yes,
Savrik.
You look much like we would have anticipated. Ah, yes, go in.
I care not
expects
for
you.
your anticipation.
Lord Elweld, it is Savrik. And he pulls back the tent.
Okay, I duck in.
Yeah, eyes adjust. It's dark, kind of smoky. He's smoking some kind of tobacco. He sits on an old Roman chair, the kind of chair Romans used to sit on, right? He must have gotten this from some place. It's fairly rare, although you've seen it before. He sits in front of his table. On his table, he has a suit of armor in the back corner, and he motions you over.
I bow to him, and then I walk over to him.
He stands,
setting my bow and dagger on the side on a little table.
You
call,
yes.
Sir?
Yes, sit. Be at ease here, Savrik.
Okay.
The boy found you quickly. I am happy for that. He obviously delivered a message. He as he circles around you, he goes over to where you set your bow and your equipment. He picks it up and he fingers it. Not quite of the quality I would have expected a man like you to have. Interesting. We'll have to rectify that. He sets the bow down. He fingers the melee weapon, kind of snorts. He looks over at his armor and his equipment. He says, "What say you of that, Savrik?"
It's a fine piece of armor,
Yes.
Lord.
Yes, he walks up closely. He's about your height, similar hair coloring. To be quite honest with you, under certain conditions, he might look well like you.
Excuse me, my lord, but did you call me here to purvey your armaments and your weaponry?
No.
I've left the northern area of Dredgewater untended.
I have called you here for. May I speak candid? Can you be trusted with your word?
Please.
Then let's pull the tent close. So he pulls the tent close. He tells both his men out front, "Go find the whores, get yourself an ale. We will be safe here on Washburn's lands." And they say, "Yes, my lord." And they turn, and you can see them move off as they draw closed. He draws closed the tent. "Can I interest you in some tobacco?" And he offers tobacco.
I'll look at it and reach out for it and take it from him.
Mm-hmm. Good. This is a big tournament. Do you know of the tournament?
Yes, my lord, but it seems awful foolish to go about wounding and maiming each other.
Yes.
In the name of
but it is for good cause. It is part of what helps these men earn their stripes. It's part of what prepares them on a regular basis for life and death potential probability, issues which are happening every day in our countries. It's besieged by sea peoples. And other miscreants like from Norwich and Ireland, the Queen. But sir,
the woodlands north of here are filled with game. to be taken.
Yes.
Get
Yes,
there.
and I've heard that is why this is your job, is to make sure that does not happen, correct?
Yes, but that is a lot better sport than martial combat.
Mm. It is, but I am not asking you here for that. I'm here, while I'm here for this tournament, but for me and my men, I have asked you here for another reason.
What would that be, my lord?
Silver. Would you like to earn silver?
Silver. I make a steady wage, pretty comfortable wage, with Baron
Wage.
Washburn.
Yeah, wage you must work for. This silver you will get for.
But we all must
How do
work
I
for our
say?
wage.
This silver you will earn by just not working. Have you earned
that
better
possible?
silver?
I'm
Well,
not a lord.
he stands, he walks around his desk, his table, and he kind of sits and leans upon it. You hear it creak a little bit. It's not the most sturdy.
Yeah.
We have, how can I say this? Passing through your area, we are going to have some goods, and we would just like you to turn a blind eye to those passing goods.
Sir, I believe that our conversation has come to an end. I must
Oh,
bid you
Have I offended you?
farewell. I have pledged my allegiance and loyalty to Lord Washburn.
Oh, this has nothing to do with. This is no threat to your Baron Washburn.
Yes, but I have agreed to monitor and patrol his lands north of Dredgewater.
And what does he pay you to do
And
this?
you asked me to turn against that, against my honor, against my fealty.
What is your honor worth?
It's worth my soul.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well,
He stands and he says, well, then I say to you, we bid farewell. Do not speak to this to others, please. And if you do, then we will not have a problem with you spotting our well, you will not be a thorn in our side. So best you not speak
let
of
us
this.
hope not. And then I bow and pick up my bow and my thing backwards out of there and quickly turn
Okay.
and head off. All right.
Yeah, and you hear him pull it shut, and you hear the table flip and crash in his little tent as you walk away.
Okay. All right. I keep walking and hightailing it
Okay.
straight to Dredgewater proper.
You have two men enter your tent. Your smithy, Ulfgar. These are two men from Von Mort. They wear the black and the gold tabards. They come in. They eyeball your equipment and your gear. And you there, smithy. He draws from his hilt a sword. It is clearly damaged. You can see where the tip of the blade, about 12 inches up, has been broken loose. You, sir, Smithy, can you get this fixed for me before tomorrow's melee?
Let me take a look at it. He'll grab it, kind of like spin it around, see if there's any warping or anything, and then kind of check on what's loose on it. And then just kind of onto the anvil, he just kind of taps the steel to see what the ring is, to see if this is good steel.
Yeah, make a mind check for me, sir. See what you pick up.
A 3.
Okay. To you, it sounds like you can mend it.
Well, I'll give it my best. When do you need this by?
Tomorrow's the melee. Can you have it ready? If not, what would you charge me for one of your your swords here?
Well, I don't know. My sweat's not is not cheap. I'll look at something that's equivalent, to his weapon. I don't know what the cost would something like that be, but I mean,
But it's entirely up to you what you would. Yeah.
at least 10 silver.
Tails and silver. That is mighty crazy. That is. Do you know my lord in a year does not make 10 silver? Do you know your lord Washburn in a year does not make? No, that is a little. You must jest. You are jesting.
Yeah, I am.
I have 35 copper. Would that do?
35. No, it would have to be at least a silver. A lot of blood and tears and sweat in this steel. Doesn't
throw
hammer
in
itself.
throw in the short pike, and I will give you a silver.
Well, let's first see if I can repair this, and then we'll go from there.
Yes.
If
No,
not, we'll agree on the 1 silver. That's including the attempt on the repair if it fails.
Good. I will check back when then.
Morning. I'm usually here about 5 before sunrise. I have to get the forge up and running again.
Up early.
It
Do
drops
not
down to
forget.
embers.
Prioritize that weapon because it will get busy around here, my friend.
Oh, I know.
Come, Sedgwick. Let's go. And Sedgwick is over handling the weapons as if he would just love to one day, use these. Come, boy, Squire Cedric, come. And he fumbles around. He drops it on the floor, looks and picks it up, sets it back. I'm sorry, Smithy, and backs out as you hear as he's already 5 steps away. Come, Cedric, and they're gone. So as you walk up the steps here, Brian, Lord Harlan, can I just call you Lord Harlan?
Yeah.
You are greeted at the door by a couple of the Baron's men. They know you. You are a lord. They nod and they present a passage in. As you come in, it's a large, great room. You see people mingling around on large tables. Some are eating, some are preparing food. It's pretty busy little home. You see on a rise, a wooden rise steps up around at the back. You see him sitting. He is with the lady. 2 of his children play on the floor in front, the 2 youngest, and his 2 oldest aren't to be seen. As he sees you, he stands. Come, Lord Harlan, come here. Yes, grab food. Have you and your brother et?
We have not ate from the trail yet, and we'll grab a small block of rye and a chunk of sharp cheese as we make our way up to the front. Radcliffe is carrying with him the cured boar's haunch in tow.
That is going to be a fine meal. You are always a gracious man, Harlan. And he comes down, gives you a hug and a pat. How are you, boy? Are you ready for the festivities?
I am ready to work. I have grown some since we last met last year in midsummer, but things have gone well for us, and the haunch is proof of our harvest.
Yes, that is much. We are much grateful for that. He steps back. He eyeballs you. He taps with his finger the hilt of your sword. Your father's sword.
Newly oiled and freshly repaired, ready for work.
Yes.
And I put my hand on Talbot's shoulder. I introduce him. I say, "This is Talbot, my man at arms.
Yes, Talbot.
And seneschal of my guards. He has come with us to also join in. So
Good.
if we may, I hate to be about business, but there is a town to see. I haven't been here in quite some time.
You will enjoy Dredgewater. However, it is not London.
I have never been.
Well, it's not Bedford. It's not. Well, it's
never been.
Dredge. You've been here before,
Yes.
but it is my humble village. He calls Sir sign these men up for the tournament. What is it you are going to do, Lord Harlan? Joust,
we are not
melee?
here for the no. We are not here for the tourney. We are here to provide men at arms, guards.
Oh, I much wanted to see you like your father, joust and melee and warfare.
I was only esquire for a short period of time, but I do have a hand with a sword, and so does Talbot and Radcliffe. It's easy to learn too.
No one we would trust more than you. It is a pleasure to have men of your ilk as protectors. Fantastic. Yes. So Reginald, give them the silk tie, and he hands all of you a silk tie. You tie that on your left arm, and make sure that is apparent. Everyone who attends will be told who they can talk to if there's been a problem. And again, please sit, eat, chat with the lady and I. Say hi to my children. They don't know you, Lord. There aren't many lords that visit us. You are one of our few, like family. And it is wonderful to think of you as Lord protectors during these. You must really keep an eye on Von Mort's men, the men in black, as they are, as you well know, many rumors surround the highwaymen that he extorts taxes from our people, that he robs our people, etc. But I can't prove it. But do keep an eye on Von Mort's men.
I'm wary of Mort. With my lands in the north, I'm not unfamiliar with his dealings.
He is trouble. One day we will have to deal with him. I'm afraid if we do not, it'll only get worse. However, these dreaded sea peoples may bring us all together.
As we kind of make small talk, I will instruct Talbot and Radcliffe to go ahead and take the haunch to the kitchens. And then when, and let Radcliffe know when he returns, if he wants to sit and play with the children, while we're here, to get to know, it's probably his first or second time here in Dredgewater. So, and then we'll just kind of sit and make small talk with them, and kind of, just catch up on the events, discuss, these people from Northwich.
I'm happy you bring that up. I was just going to ask you, would you be willing to go to into service for me as soon as today? As
ideally, yes.
I have heard they have come in the night. I have heard they would not leave. They have come in and they have demanded routinely. I won't say hour on the hour, but they are bugging for audience with me. As you know, I will not readily meet with peasants from the north. However, I'm assuming for them to be so troubled, so they're here for a reason. So I do not want to out of hand dismiss them, but I will not truck with their audience. Would you be willing to talk to them on my behalf and find out what ails them? What is their problem?
Certainly.
Thank you.
We've had some trading with Northwich folk, and I'm familiar with their travails.
Good. Yes, the mining of where would we all be without the great mines of Norwich? Yes.
Steal this, my lord. Steal
this. Yes. Thank you, Harlan, for that. You, of course, you're free to come and go as you will. Find out what they need. I will leave it in your authority as to how to deal with it, unless it does somehow directly affect me and my family and my responsibilities.
Of course.
And of course, you will be well paid. And maybe these folks, as you've seen them, though, he kind of stands and looks like he's trying to look out across his hall outside. He can't see him from here, but he's making a show of it. I doubt they can pay you themselves, but who knows who these people are?
They're stout folk. They could pay in labor.
You are our Lord. You have your father's wisdom. Yes. Good. It's nice to know you are a neighbor. It is good to know you are a valuable neighbor. And we will go to Del Saverick. What are you doing now that you've had an offer that you resisted?
I'm walking and paying attention to if I'm being followed, but I'm weaving my way through the raising of the tents and the workers, and I'm heading toward the palisade wall, but I'm keeping an eye out for if I do see Wellsforth. Okay, but I know he may be getting set up anyway, so it's pretty busy around here,
Right.
as well as the sheriff Danforth. I don't
Mhm.
put much stock in his
Right.
authority or his command.
Yeah. Wellsforth is about, as you see him helping organize. He is not far, but he is closer to the village edge of Dredgewater.
Okay,
But you can see him from here. Yeah.
do I see anybody that happens to be following me? I'm a little bit paranoid on that end.
No, it doesn't appear as if his people appear to be preparing. They're sparring. They're cleaning. They're oiling their weapons. They're preparing. The two that he sent off to get whores and ale are nowhere to be seen. But he doesn't appear to have followed you or sent anybody.
Okay, I go up to Wellsforth. Wellsforth, sir, may I
Yes.
have a moment?
Savrik, yes, of course. Come. Is it more trouble with poachers?
No, but I anticipate there may be. It seems to me that I had a call. They sent the boy and the younger, Alfred did,
Mm-hmm.
to speak with me.
Lord Elwood, yes. Yes.
In confidence, he asked me to turn an eye to
To what?
possibly some contraband that he's trying to shift through my territory, my jurisdiction, the woodlands.
Contraband. Did he tell you what contraband?
I have no inclination whether it's a caravan or a single rider
Hmm.
or what it is. I immediately
He sits on a stool, offers you a cup of wine. Sit, Selfric. Tell me, what did
I
you
sit
tell
down and
him?
my eyes shift back and forth. I immediately
Calm down, Selfric. You are safe here. You are safe here. What did you tell him?
I immediately told him that I would not turn a blind eye against.
So he asked merely
my
that
lord.
he asked merely for you to not interfere. Is that all?
To not interfere.
Hmm.
But why would he approach me about not interfering unless he was trying to cross our lands, cross
Yes.
Baron Washburn's lands,
Yes.
not in the open,
Right.
but
He's-
undercover.
He's wanting to avoid taxes. He's wanting to avoid, or he's delivering something he does not want our Lord to
He's
be aware of.
wanting to avoid giving our Lord his due.
Interesting. Savrik, what are the odds that you have acted in jest? That you might go back with your tail between your legs and accept this offer on behalf of the Lord, Washburn?
Okay, then I stand up, immediately shaking. Okay,
No, Savrik, you misunderstand. Sit, calm down, sit. You are a nervous
I
man.
do
How does
not
a
take
hunter
kindly
hunt?
to those accusations.
No. You do not understand. On behalf of us.
Okay, I lick my lips and then slowly sit back down and lay the bow across my legs, knees. Now, if we can speak in all
Savrik.
seriousness, you are Lord Washburn's man-at-arms.
I am, and I am asking you
I am
to
relaying.
find out more on our behalf. A double agent, a spy.
I have left the northern regions unattended, as right now. Those
Every poacher in the
very
county is
smugglers
here
could be
working
going
as
through.
a thief. Every poacher in the county is here working as a squire. Trust me, no one is poaching during this festival.
while these nobles lay about killing themselves is simply a diversion for whatever he's trafficking through our lands.
Yeah, but we don't know.
I, for one, do not intend to let it happen. Good day, Wolford. And I stand up and nod to him. And
Savrik, I will say this to you one time. Listen to me. If he does not get you, who I know is a loyal man, who can communicate with us what he is about, he will hire someone who will keep it from us. Do you understand? And he'll have you killed. Do you not understand? We need you to get this information. If not, he's going to hire somebody we will never learn the truth from. How much money did he offer you?
I am safer in the woods. I'd like to see him kill me there. I did not get that far in a conversation.
Mm. Do you not see the wisdom in helping us?
Would you have me go in there as a spy? And
Yes. The Baron would too, I think.
leave my area unattended? I am not a
Well,
spy,
obviously not
sir.
unattended, as he is asking you to turn an eye. You could still be there. You just don't turn an eye.
I know Baron Washburn has spies in his employ. He can leverage in this situation. I have a job to do.
If this
I have
ends
a house to
badly,
build before
if
the
this
winter
ends
sets in.
badly for the Baron Saverick, you will hang for this. You know that.
Hang for telling the truth.
You will hang for not aiding the Baron, your lord.
And I
It is on
suspect
your
you will
head if
hang
this turns
too.
bad for the Baron.
So be it. I turn on my heel and head toward
The fool.
all right, I'm heading toward the palisade, okay?
You got it. All right, so Ulfgar, let's make a couple of blacksmithy checks for this sword, my friend.
Oh, I already did. I got natural 20s on all of them.
Of course, Ulfgar is the man.
All right.
It is a fair check. It's 6, basically. You see it's 6+.
Ooh, I've got a 19.
All right, so not a problem once you start hammering on this. With that score, you're able to tell this is of poor quality. This is the kind of thing they're picking up. Not a surprise for Van Mort, the kind of man he is, and the fact that he pays mercenaries. This is not high quality stuff, but you're able to mend it. Right. It is a mercenary grade gear, the kind of stuff they're getting to outfit any villain they can, right?
Yeah.
Basic weapons
but you
for
fixed it.
an army that it's just get it sharp and hand it to the next soldier
Yeah,
and go.
broken sword to kill a man.
That's right. Yeah. So, but you have fixed it, so you can set it aside for him in the morning if you care to. All day, people come and go and do business with you, and about an hour or so later, while you're working on some piece of armor or something for one of these contestants, these tournament comers, a gentleman pops his head in, and he is well clothed. He is clearly a nobleman. He's got a signet ring. He walks up and
So this is one of the guys from the festival,
he's not wearing a tabard or colors that you recognize.
but he looks of money.
Oh yeah, he's definitely and he comes in and he says, "Listen, you are the blacksmith. My lord would need help if you would come and repair a wagon. Can you leave this this
Where
location?"
is his wagon?
Oh, just out by the tent where we are preparing. The wagon has had the wheel loose.
Yes, I can. He'll go over to his, he's got one of the old style, well, not old, but it's the tool box, basically. It's the wood with an open handle. He'll pick that up and then grab his smithy hammer. And then at that point, too, he will also, I guess, bar the door. There's not really a lock on it, but...
Okay. As you're
do I have
out,
like an apprentice or some young kid working with me, or
it's up to you. Do you want one?
Yeah, I'll have Edwin tell him to keep the bellows going, keep the embers hot. This shouldn't take too long to repair.
Yes, Ulfgar, I shall. Thank you. And he goes to work on what you've just told him to do. So as you leave this premises, and he points up the hill, there's another group of tents, colors blue and white, and you can actually see their men and horses, and you can see this wagon. It's literally tilted, the wheel on the turf, and it's about 150, 200 yards from here as you cross the open ground. Make a mind check for me, sir, as you cross the open ground. Saverick, as you're 13. In a way crossing this ground too, headed toward the palisade, make a mind check for me. I'm sorry, what did you get, Ulfric?
13.
13. You spot out of the corner of your eyes, again, to the east, which is Dredge River area, which is so be to your, because you're headed south, so it's to your right. You see in the tree line along the rivers, something catches your eye, movement. But you don't, you can't quite make out whether it was a trick of the light or you actually saw movement along the trees along the river.
Okay, I'll keep heading up towards the wagon, but I'll regularly kind of look over, glance, and keep kind of see, just in case I catch something else.
Saverick, what did you roll?
Yeah, I rolled an 18. People are milling about. I'm looking for the boy and the younger. And Danforth, if I see him, roll my eyes, I know he's not going to part ways, that greedy, grubbing, tight-fisted guy with any of his men, especially in this situation of this tourney. So if anything's coming through that wood, looks like I've got to handle it. But I'm looking for Ann, the younger, okay?
Yeah, looking about lots of people. It's getting more and more crowded by the hour as people arrive preparing for tomorrow's tourney.
Yeah.
You definitely see moving about, and as you glance down the tree line along River Dredge, which is about from here, from your location, and you can see the blacksmith. You can't miss him, 6'4" giant. He's crossing about 50 yards from you, headed the opposite way to a wagon as you're headed down toward the Palisade gates. You look as you walk through, looking around for the boy, and back to the tree line, and you see it looks like a string of ruffling in the trees. It goes on for 100, 200 yards.
A string of something in the tree line.
Something moving and rustling in the trees.
Okay. Immediately stop and see if I can look at what it is, and I'll start walking in that direction.
As you turn to walk that direction, you hear and running from the old barge, you can see now to your right, running toward Dredgewater, yelling, and then you hear the horns and the screaming, and pouring out of the trees are rushing onto the field are these what can only be described as savage warriors with shields, furs, swords. The blacksmith, of course, you hear the horns, you look, and they pile out.
I start doing a double back stumble as I'm drawing my bow, and I'm yelling, "Wells forth! Wells forth!"
And everybody's hearing this as this army folds out of the trees. Again, you've never seen them before, but they are not of your surrounding lands.
To the gates!
And all of these tents and all these soldiers grabbing up swords, etc. And of course, the blacksmith, as you're walking, you hear the horns and see this army come out of the trees. You all up in the Palisade house hear the echoes of the horns and the screaming, and you can hear villagers and things scream, Lord Harlan, and the Lord Washburn stands and says, "What in God's creation?" And he heads down and out onto the front porch of his Palisade home, and can hear and see now the screaming and yelling as this army rushes on to the field, attacking local contestants, champions.
Okay. I'm yelling to the gate. I'm trying to back up. I do want to let loose of an arrow or two. And I'm trying to get people to the gates inside the Palisade.
So let's make an attack roll, and this will achieve two things. One, this will start to funnel people toward the Palisade gates, and it can also do damage, right?
No, it's a big negative. 5.
Okay. So you fire off into this crowd as they begin to wage war with all of these lords and all of their people that have showed up here for this. And again, they're now crossing the fields. You, sir, Ulfgar have 3 of them rush upon you. So make, with the weapons drawn, screaming savagely, their hair matted, their faces painted, they have shields painted. It's I wouldn't say terrifying to you, but it's definitely not something you've seen before. So make a body attack combat roll for me, adding your +4.
I just rolled a natural 20.
Okay, so
So it'd be a 24.
so describe how you cause 2 wounds to these 3 combatants.
As he runs, he braces. He brings the toolbox up to kind of use it as a makeshift shield to block anything, and then drops his hammer down and lets the grip slide till it's just the end of the handle, and then grips it tight, and in a long wiping arc just swings across the mall.
Nice. This nobleman screams, and he's on his knees, crawling toward his lord's tent, screaming and whimpering as this is nothing he wants to. And you see running up on him, and one of these barbarians, these savages, drive a hand axe into his back, and they're turning toward the tents and racing toward anything that is an enemy. So we'll go to Lord Harlan, as you are hearing now the screams and the clashes in the fields below of this assault.
Okay. So the first thing we'll do is I tell Radcliffe that he is to stay within this manse and to listen to the orders given here. He is to act in our family's stead to help protect the family should anything come to terms inside their men's. But for no reason is he to come out to the palisade wall. And
You
then
see
I will
him
say,
try to show bravery as he kind of bites his lip. You see him swallow hard, and you can see in his eyes he's scared.
I put my hands on his shoulder and I tell him this will be the safest place. If it comes to terms here, then you will lend a hand as best you can, but I do not want you on the wall.
Yes, brother. Yes.
And I'll turn to Talbot and I'll point towards the palisade, the closest escarpment that we can run to. And on the way there, I will try and snag a bow.
Okay.
And he and I will get to the top of the ramparts or the palisade.
Okay. So as you climb the ladder onto the ramparts, you can see they're trying to leave the gates partially closed as they're trying to let people from the village funnel through into the protection of the gates. You can see now from the wall tops over Dredgewater as it's down into a lower elevation, the little village of Dredgewater, and you can see now the fields where this grand tournament was supposed to, and there is this chaos of warfare from and only you've all heard of the stories of the sea peoples that have invaded via the rivers and via the coastline. This can only be finally your turn.
Okay.
Right, as your village is inland and has been safe, they've clearly managed to get here up Dredgewater or up Dredge River, right? Let's go to Savrik. Savrik is these again. They're surrounding you. They're fighting. They're clashing arms all over this area.
Well, I'd been backpedaling and turning halfway to tell everybody to get in to the gate in the palisade, and as I'm turning, I slipped and fell over the boy end, younger, and I see him, and he's whip face down in the mud, in the muck, and I get up and pull him up. Get up, boy! All right, and they're bearing down on me right now, so I get my little bone knife, and I'm at the ready, but I'm still trying to back him up to push him inside of the gate, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's still rushing people in. So I'm not necessarily attacking, more of a defensive posture.
Right. Make a combat roll for me, nonetheless, for
Yeah.
what's happening around you.
Exactly. That's another 5.
Okay, so as you're running with this boy and yelling for people to follow and to the gates, you see struck down around you many of these, as they are clearly have caught these combatants ill prepared. They may not be obviously very. They aren't veterans of war like these sea peoples are, right?
Yeah.
So they're being cut down around you as you make your way to the palisade. The blacksmith Ulfgar, as you've waylaid some of these, and you're seeing that you see them waylay the tent and the lord that you were going to help with the wagon. You've seen them cut down the noble alderman or whatever in not 10 feet from you, again surrounded. What do you want to do?
So how many men are on Olgarf now?
On Ulfgar?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just chaos everywhere. It's
Okay,
chaos
so they're just
everywhere.
running everywhere.
Right.
The men that I struck with the hammer, what did they do? I mean,
Oh, they're dead.
they're dead. Okay,
Yes.
that's good. That works out really well. And I'm assuming that the lord that was near me, he's dead with the axe in his back.
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm going to look more for, any women or children, innocents that, can't really defend themselves compared to this mighty lord that lays, by my feet already dead, and then try to head towards them and help them.
There are innocents, but they were peasant squires. There are no women and children here, as
Okay.
this was a man's. These people were preparing. There aren't a whole lot of women about that you're aware of, and there are, of course, some unfortunate young peasants that were acting as squires on things. Yeah.
The men that I killed, did they have shields?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I
Yep.
will set my toolbox down and I will grab a shield, use a implement that how it was intended, but I'll keep the hammer. The hammer, it's
It just feels right, doesn't it?
Yeah, these blade things, forget those. And I guess I'll head to the closest gentleman. If he's got his back to me, more the better, and I'm going to bring my hammer down on a skull. Just
Okay. Make a combat roll. Now, these combat rolls in this mass chaos are affecting the whole war, right? So it's not just one-on-one combat. Your rolls will affect the outcome of the whole war, right?
with my CR, that was a 15.
Okay, so you strike him easily, crushing his skull, kicking him free, right? On to the next. You can see out of the corner of your eye, about 30 yards away, is a ruckus of what appears to be a larger gentleman, and he appears to be their chieftain. As he calls to him, and he screams, and he waylays enemies, and he is directing toward the palisade his raiders. As they've waylaid this field of people, they're now trying to organize toward the palisade. You can see as he's trying to organize his people to join back with him, rally to him, and try to cut off the stream of people with Saverick trying to get into the palisade.
Okay. I guess at this point, he'll turn towards the big dude, at least someone now his size on the field that's worth a damn,
Right.
and screams out a challenge to him.
Oh, make a prestige check. Let's see if he thinks it's
14.
Oh, he as he's yelling and rallying, he sees you as you call to him. I don't know how you go about this.
Come to me, boy!
He looks up. Oh man! And steps forward. He tells his men to go to the palisade. I will deal with this one. Something worth my time. And he starts running towards you. He's got a shield, and he's got, it looks like a spear type weapon with a hook on the end. Something you can't tell from here exactly what it is. Saverick, you see now that this chieftain is rallied and sent them there. I mean, literally, as you're dragging this boy toward the palisade, you see this raiding army coming together behind their chieftain, and they're coming down, right? You're ahead of them by maybe 25 yards toward the palisade gates, and maybe out of the corner of your eye, you see the chieftain heading toward Ulfgar, the blacksmith.
I've been buffeted around and it's hard to keep my footing in all this chaos and people getting. So I'm still trying to get the boy and anybody else behind the palace gate. As soon as we can all get that there, the better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's the only chance we got. So
Okay,
I'm still moving.
Make a CR roll for me as you are charging with these people, trying to get them funneled to. You can see on the walls the guards that are preparing. They're starting to pull the gates to.
Okay, I got a net 16.
Nice. Okay, so you waylay a couple with your bone, your bone dagger as you fight through some of these that are catching up. You are able to grab people and push them toward the gates. You slide through with the boy as they are closing these gates. You see Harlan and on the wall with as they are. Make a combat roll for me, Brian, as you would have to pick off some of these stragglers that are close behind. If you can for me, Brian, just a combat roll.
That is a 13.
Okay, so your arrows from a borrowed bow, finding purchase in some of these savages as they cross the gate. The wooden drawbridge, falling off into the moat. The gate's now pulled shut on the field as these guys are all racing toward this wooden drawbridge. You hear Matthias ordering them to crank up the bridge, and he begins to start to drive on this as this army hits the bridge. They're hanging from it, and we'll go to Ulfgar as you square off with this man with a painted face. Hair matted and knotted. He's in furs. He's almost as big as you, maybe 6'2", 6'3". He's broad, and he runs right up to you and gets within distance. Look at you. They look like they bred you in my country.
Yeah, no, you only have women come from your country. Sit there in makeup.
I will show you how the women squeal in our country. And
yes, when I hear you scream.
He stands. I will not even need this shield for you. And he drops it and double hands his short pike. Now you can see with hooks, and he launches full bore into you. Make a combat roll for me, sir.
14.
Okay, so describe how you deal with the fact that you've beaten him on this turn.
Kind of stand to the side, and I fear nothing that I have not made myself. So I push it out underneath the shield.
Nice.
And what I'm going to do is slide down. What I want to do is basically bring my shield down onto his feet and then just pop him up over onto his back.
Nice. Okay. Holy cow. Yeah, he rolls up exactly as you described. He rolls onto his feet up, fishing for his pike, pulls it up, stands, and waits for your next move.
Okay. I guess as he comes back down, I'm just going to do a big wide arc and just aim for his temple.
Okay, roll. You guys make all the rolls. It's kind of strange, but it's 18. How it is. Oh, okay. So again, exactly as you described. Catch him in the temple. He stumbles to the side, up, spits out a couple of teeth, touches the side of his head, smiles, and says, oh yes, I have met one, willing, good, and again starts to stumble towards you with this pipe. And
okay.
We'll go to Savrik as you see Matthias and his men trying to crank up this bridge.
Oh, I'm already cranking it with him.
Okay,
I'm going as fast as I can. I'm looking.
And yeah. Brian, I need you to make a roll as these guys are hanging on the bridge, trying to keep it from going up.
Okay.
16.
Okay, so that's a wound.
Okay,
Harlan,
you're saying for me?
No, you're making a combat roll to help crank. And Brian, what did you get?
Me and Talbot have 11.
Oh, nice. Okay, so his bodies are shot off of this thing, and you're helping crank. This breaks loose, so it's coming up. The bridge is coming up over the moat now as they're
give it your all, and I'm cranking with him and urging him on.
It gets easier once Talbot and Lord Harlan have knocked some of these bodies off.
Yeah.
and it slams shut. They're all standing now on
dropped.
this. Some of them have waded out into the moat, screaming with their weapons above their head. They're waiting around in the moat. As you all look on this army of savages now splashing about in the moat and on the muddied river, and they're turning now their attention to Dredgewater and any of the poor victims that didn't make it into the palisade.
I need a bow now! And I'm running across the yard looking for anybody to get a bow.
Oh,
Find some kind of vantage point where I can start raining down some.
Okay. Saverick climbs up this ladder, and you find yourself standing beside Lord Harlan on the battlements, bows drawn, right?
I almost stop and then I nod to him real quick, and then I'm looking real frantically for any kind around me. A bow. Do I roll luck on that or?
Oh no. Yeah,
Okay.
there's bows everywhere, right? I mean, they're
grab
handing
one,
them
I'm
out,
pulling
right?
it out or whatever. I still got it because mine's broke in the mud down there.
Now, would my CR go up to 5 right now since I did grab a shield?
Yes, it does. Well, it depends. Make
Well,
a luck
it's
roll to
poor.
see the quality of the shield. Because if it's poor, it won't go up.
9.
Yeah, so it's a poor shield, but if you suffer a critical wound, you could still sacrifice the shield,
Okay.
Yeah, it's-
right? So it won't help you in combat, but it becomes something you can sacrifice,
It
right?
becomes a
That
mini
works.
shield. Yep.
Right. Okay, so you've got a bow. You guys are looking over the battlements as this raiding party now turns, and they're looking about for victims. They're pouring down into Dredge Village, and you see over the head of your as you're circling and fighting with him, you can see now this army is coming back to the field, and they may see you fighting their chief. Some of them you can see are pointing and running toward this melee.
Yeah, they need to run because I'm going to be shooting in their backs as they're running away.
Shoot, a roll.
Yeah.
Are we
17.
within visibility of where Ulfgar is fighting?
Yeah, you can see this. You can see among bodies and those that are crawling, and some of the sea peoples that are still fighting. Obviously, some of these these combatants that came from the
Skirmishers.
festival. You can see tents that are being torn down and burned by those scavengers, and you can see Ulfgar out on the plain by himself fighting this 2 giant men out there circling each other from here.
Probably looks like 2 bears fighting.
But it's probably, it's like 200 yards away, right? 150 yards away, maybe farther.
Okay. I turn to Talbot and I say we'll need to range on him and turn the sky black over their heads.
Talbot
Go.
turns along the palisade. Bows ready! And he points to the far point. And make a roll. Saverick, I don't know if you want to join this as you hear Talbot make this command to everybody on the
Oh, yeah, I already rolled a
We're-
17 when
And I'm
I
gonna-
first got up there.
Oh, that's
gonna
right,
hold-
you did. Right.
I'm going to hold, just long enough to give us a chance to steady, ready, aim, and then release.
Awesome. Good. And with his 17, I'm going to give you a bonus for that. Plus his 17 is a hit. So make a roll, sir, for both of you. It's just one roll.
16 for me.
Okay. So now they're raining arrows. Again, this hits some of the crowd that's running back. They go down. And again, Wolfgar, you start seeing arrows actually hitting in the turf. It can't quite get to you two as you're out of range, but you're seeing this raiding party, guys topple with arrows raining down on this party.
My type of rain.
He circles, holding this wound on his head. Come now, why are you now shy? You don't like my blood?
I'm gonna put you down like the dog you are.
He at this point, you see him scramble over and grab up the shield he had thrown down and whips it back up.
Had a
now I
change of
think
mind
it is
now,
a fair
did ya?
fight. All right, and he drives in with his pipe. Make a roll.
Okay, I rolled a 16, so that would be 20.
Oh, Lord. Not a nat 20, though.
No, I rolled a 16.
Okay, again, so you come down with this hammer, I suppose, on his shield. You can
What I'm
feel-
gonna do, what I want to do is like I guess we'll go shield to shield, and as the pike comes, I just want to jam it down on the pike and try to just snap it.
Okay, so no wound, but you can certainly break his weapon.
Yeah, I want to
Okay,
break
but-
his weapon.
Okay,
I'm gonna,
so
I'm
he
gonna
doesn't
break
take a
his
wound?
spirit.
But you break his weapon. Oh, nice. He stumbles away, looking at what's left of his weapon, pitches it, and he runs back again. Now he's fully behind his shield, running behind his shield into you. Make a
Okay,
roll.
I'm going to take my shield, and basically as it comes, I'm going to let it come past me, so I'll take the brunt of it, but hook it over it and push it down so I can bring it up onto his, and my hammer up to his head.
Right. So you want to take a shot.
I'm going to let him, I'm going to take the shot with the shield, but I'm going to pin it down and take the head of my hammer and like right into his throat. Wow!
So
Just
do you,
jam it
if,
in
you,
there.
if you're willing to take a wound,
Yes.
you can give a wound.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, so you take a wound, you give a wound. Oh my lord! So he stumbles back now. You can hear him wheezing as you got him in the throat. He's spitting, coughing. He's stumbling around, and now at this point he starts to stumble back, giving you plenty of space, holding the shield up. Clearly he's stunned. He is wounded, and you can see some of his men. And you can hear them charging toward as they scream in some foreign language. Clearly his name, the chieftain's name.
Okay.
He
At that point, I'll
straightens up now, feeling a little more empowered from knowing that his men are
basically take the edge of my shield right for the bridge of his nose, and as I do that, I want to bring my hammer up and right in between the legs.
okay.
I'm
Roll.
gonna play a little croquet.
Okay.
Okay, I rolled a natural 17,
Okay.
so
Oh,
that
my
would be
Lord.
a 21.
Okay. Oh, he stumbles back at this point, drops his shield. He's onto his knees, huffing now. He can't breathe. It's knocked the wind and everything out of him. And you hear, you guys all see this from the battlements. His army slow to a trot, and they're like stunned watching. And they're about 50 yards from Ulfgar.
Okay,
Uh,
we're releasing
on
another
the-
volley.
Yep, go ahead. Release another volley.
Okay, that's 19 for me.
Woo!
Gotta like those numbers.
Okay, so as the group I'm with is drawing their bows back to release the flights, I'm giving even though I don't have spirit as a stat, I'm giving a small prayer to the huntsman.
Nice.
Because my family, though we do attend church, we are pagans,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to call upon the spirit of the huntsman to guide our flights and arrows into the air to bring them down on their leader.
Nice.
I'll take
Outstanding.
all the help I
Let's
can get.
let's add spirit to this. If you have it, add it.
Nope,
If you don't,
I don't.
okay.
I'm just
okay.
trying to invoke.
That's awesome. Love it. Okay.
It's a 12.
Okay. So again, arrows rain down, taking out more and more. This you can now see what's left of this raiding army. It's 25, 30 men. What they had has been decimated. Those few that you can't get in range, about 25 or 30, are standing now watching as Ulfgar is waylaying their chief. He is not dead. He's on his knees. He's dropped his shield. He's clearly in agony. He looks up at you and he says, "Give me a weapon. I die with a weapon in my hand."
So that means that you die with honor then? If you have a weapon in your hand?
I die a warrior. Yes.
Well, you're not. Bring my hammer down on
Oh
his
shit!
head.
Nice, go roll.
Oh, natural 18.
Oh.
So that would be a 22.
Describe how you kill this chieftain.
Basically, just it comes right down on the top of his skull, and his skull just kind of splits like a melon, and just he's covered in brain matter.
Right.
At that point, he turns around to the existing soldiers that were coming up onto him, and he's like, "Who's next?" Thinking to himself, "My God, I'm
they
still
all,
alive."
Like do a double take. They watch, and then they all start slowly running back toward the river and the tree lines. You guys get a shot on these.
Yeah,
What's
definitely.
left of these sea
Yeah.
people as they.
I mean, every parting shot we can weed them down with.
Yeah, 15.
Nice.
11.
Okay. Not many make it, but some do disappear into the tree line. You think maybe 18 by your count, maybe 15 or so escape into the tree line. And as you stand now, people screaming, crying around you. Out on the battlefield, you see a decimated, what was going to be a beautiful festivity. The tents destroyed, bodies laying everywhere. There are a handful of those wounded crawling.
I'm leaning over the palisade, and then I'm looking, with any luck, Lord Alfred will be amongst the dead.
Hard to say from here, but his tent is decimated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ulfgar
Most likely he's either, if he hasn't survived it,
Okay, I'm looking for the boy too, and
Okay.
the younger.
Ulfgar yells loud enough for the retreating soldiers, basically saying, "If you return, you know who will be waiting for you."
All right, that's a repute, Ulfgar, because you've just stood on the battlefield against the chieftain, and you
Everybody witnessed
and the
it,
whole
yeah.
damn world has witnessed it. That's a repute point.
Now,
you're-
like once the adrenaline starts, he's just like, "What the hell was I thinking? Oh my, oh by the gods, oh."
He's right. He was special.
Now you can spend that point on any attribute you want. You just can't go above a 4.
Yeah.
If you spend it on something like prestige or spirit, I'd like to hear a narrative tell as to how that improves your, how that comes about, right? But yes, you have scored a repute point. You all watch from the palisade walls this devastation. The Baron at some point comes out and calls to his men at arms. Again, you see on the far side, Harlan. You guys were kind of on the left side of the palisade walls firing, and you see on the other side of the gate, right side of the palisade walls, you see his men at arms. You see Sir Reginald, and they all pile in and down the ladders, headed toward the Baron. They meet the Baron, and hiding among all of these villagers now, all of the townsfolk, are also these 9 Northwich, strangers milling about. And at some point, the woman who had accosted the apprentice blacksmith finds you, Saverick or Harlan, and says, "It looks as though we have come to the right place for aid. You men are very capable."
Okay.
So Saverick is okay. So he's down here. Okay.
I was on the palisade with you at the game point, but
Yeah.
if we went down there, I'm surveying the whole area for.
Yeah, I mean, you
What
just hear
happened?
her talking to Sir Reginald, She just walks up to them and says, "I see we've come to the right place," right? But she just says "men" is a broad, statement. But you guys overhear her as she's talking to, what's his name? Wesley? No, Wesley, his brother, Sir Reginald, I believe, right? It's his brother. I can't remember. I've got too many NPCs. That's the problem.
Aldrich, after the
Wellsworth.
adrenaline and such, is right. He just basically just kind of plops down in the middle of the field in the mud and blood, and just kind of sits there, just kind of, wow, did that just happen? He just
I'm
kinda
looking for
just-
Sir Alfred inside the courtyard.
No, you don't see. You mean the gentleman who made you an offer you refused? No, he's not here.
Yeah.
No, these are all Dredgewater. For the most part, most of them are Dredgewater.
So he didn't. Okay. Oh, jeez.
They all
Yeah,
stayed.
I
They all
go
stayed
to
on the field and fought
Yeah.
these.
I go to find the gatekeeper and start lowering the gate down. All right. We must
He
tend to the
stops you.
wounded.
Saverick, we should ask the Baron whether we should lower these gates. I am not comfortable with lowering these gates without some authority.
The people are wounded. Let's bring them in.
He looks about.
You
Lord
killed the-
Reginald, Welsford, someone, do we lower these gates? Do we open the gates? And you hear Welsford look up. Yes, we must we must see and attend those who have
Are
been
you
wounded.
satisfied?
He starts lowering the gates.
Undo it and start cranking it with him,
Okay.
and until it goes down. And I'll run across and pick up a sword, and I'll be out there. Any of them laying down there that is the river. I mean the sea peoples.
Oh
I'm gonna
yeah,
be-
there's
I'm
bodies everywhere. Yeah.
gigging them like frogs, just going through there, making sure they're dead on the way.
no.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
As we were kind of like the melee was over, I would have told Talbot to go back and get Radcliffe, bring into the gates, and we do the same thing. I introduce him to his first mercy kill,
Right.
and tell him that this is the way of war, that, you know, the younger and the women of the battlefield would dispatch those of the enemy in a merciful way, even though they were our attackers. And we are, I will scoop up with the woman from the Northwich group, and I tell her, you know, she can see my tabard. I tell her to find my tent in the field. We must attend to our people, and the Baron has given me permission to give you audience and hear your plight. You must meet me in the tent.
She nods. Oh, sir, grateful. She grabs at your hand and pulls it up and tries to kiss your the back of your hand. And she screams for Albert and her people, and they all meet with her. Again, you now can see clearly some of these are old people. These are, you know, these would be 36, 38, but for this period, pretty old.
That's
right?
old.
Some gray hair, right? Not all of them, but of the 9, most of them are old men. And she appears to be the only woman with them. And she tells them, you hear her murmur to them, and they all pick up their gear and their sacks and their baggage, and they start to look for your tabard, your tent that's been obviously waylaid on the field.
If we can, we'll pick up Ulfgar in train, and I'll invite him back to the tent for a stout bog ale to calm his nerves.
Yeah.
And to
you
hear
see, after you guys go about the field, helping up those that need attendance and killing those enemies that are mercy killed.
Lord Alamir, while I'm doing it, because you're out there doing it with your
with my younger
charge.
brother.
Yeah. And I stop and I'll look around for a little bit and look off in the distance to where they retreated. And I can't really count, but I'm getting an impression that there's a lot of men that we're finding here. There's laying.
Both these raiders, I mean, it was an army, probably 150 or so.
That's what I'm saying. I look, Lord Alamir
Yes,
came by the river.
they are sea people.
Only several of them left.
Hopefully they are back to their boats.
That is what I suggest. They can't take all the boats.
No, they certainly cannot, but I must attend to my train to see who has survived.
Lord Harlan, while talking
Indeed.
to Saverick, his adrenaline running, you see he's wounded. He's been wounded during this fight through this crowd, grabbing the girl. He's taken some wounds, so you can see he's a little wounded, right?
And I also say that, Saverick, you must be attended to.
All right.
We are on the
If I
Baron's
must,
lands.
and then I stab the guy beside me. All right.
We are on the Baron's lands. His men-at-arms will surely follow the path and see what is left behind in their train. But for
Okay.
now, we must attend to those who may or may not have survived. So if you will, come with me.
I look up because I knelt down and I pull off the necklace of with the pagan sign from it and stand up and drop my sword and follow him in.
Radcliffe, at some point, Harlan, you notice he's shaken, clearly shaken from this. He's never seen anything like it. As you all head back toward the palisade, I'm assuming Ulfgar's joining them, right? As you've been invited.
He drops the useless shield and he'll grab his toolbox.
Yeah, and I didn't see Lord Alfred out there, right? Because he'd been one I was gigging while I was out there. If he was there.
Yes, among his tent and his squire and his men, you would have recognized him by his clothes and his hair, but his head had been crushed in.
Good.
So yes, he was one of the many slaughtered.
Okay, I will. Yeah, I mean, if I would have immediately
Part of your initial failed combat rolls are those victims.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Right.
I would have taken better equipment with me while I was doing that. Pilfered his tent.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you won't have time to analyze right now whether it's any
Correct.
good.
Correct.
Go ahead, Brian.
How far is that tent away from mine?
Oh, let's make a luck roll. I'll ask you, how far do you want it to be?
I don't know the man.
Yeah, he
as
wouldn't have-
familiar with him.
Okay, let's make a luck roll, and
Yeah.
and we'll decide from that.
18.
Okay, so I set the score at 10. You beat it by 8. So we'll say 80. Let's say 80 feet from your tent.
Okay. As we're kind of getting to our tent and seeing what's done, and I see Savric over, I look around for any other corpse thieves
Mm-hmm.
who may be spoiling for the treasures of the field.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there are definitely those going among the sea peoples and stripping them of silver bracelets, silver bracers,
Mhm.
Bangles. And, yeah.
bangles, rings. Yeah, they are pulling from the bodies of these warriors.
I point all this activity out to Radcliffe so that he understands that this is the aftermath, and explain to him that there is about the usual train of corpse thieves that will follow war bands, and then we'll commence to trying to gather our stuff up. I will find the small cask bogwort ale and pour a couple of small leather jacks for everyone. Lev Sabric's sitting on a stump nearby, and discuss, with Talbot, is there anybody amongst our train that survived? Or
Let's make a luck roll on that. It's going to be nigh impossible. Sorry
no
to say.
one survived in my party.
Yeah,
No, with a
devastated.
natural one, no one survived.
Yeah. Absolutely
So I'm alive.
devastated.
Okay.
I would leave it for you to
See, you're not
decide
even
whether
alive.
any of them were close. As far as close to you.
No, that mostly house servants. at
See what
this
happens
point.
when you hire a bunch of red shirts.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. They decimated, along with almost, most and those that survived or badly wounded. They're going to be obviously taken care of, but they're the ones that did survive. And again, those were all thanks to some early failed combat rolls.
Will I ask, Ofkar, can you help us to kind of gather what is usable, and we will
I can
somehow
do
make
that.
it back to the palisade, to the barrens?
He'll set his toolbox down near the tent and his hammer by doesn't let it get out of arm's reach at this point. Walks up to like a horse trough and just dunks his head and stuff and just gets all the blood and brain matter and everything off of him, so he kind of looks not so crazed. And then he'll start walking the corpses going, yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that might work. Pointing to
Nice.
weapons and stuff that, to gather instead of just
Okay.
grabbing all the trash.
Okay. This band of Norwich strangers just follow behind you guys, dragging their baggage. They are not pilfering corpses. They are not helping themselves to any valuables on the battlefield. They just follow you lot around, waiting for their opportunity or until they're spoken to.
Well, when I see them approach, I'll get Radcliffe. I tell Talbot just to kind of stay close, and then, set up a small, campfire ring, and sit down. I wave my hand.
Yeah, they all circle around and they sit on their baggage. They plop down, and she approaches and she says, "It seems as though we came, unfortunately, to the right place at the wrong time, as you have suffered something we have never seen before, but we are suffering something far more hideous and terrifying."
And have you traveled here far from the north? How
From
far?
Northwich, from Wheel Rising, the mine. Do you know it? In the mountains of Norwich, the mine Wheel Rising.
Wheel Rising? I've heard the name only in mention, but never been that far north.
We have a lord, king, in the hills of Northwich, and the mining is our primary source of trade and work. But he has made a unsavory pact with a creature there that he will not listen to reason. He will not change. But we need a band of warriors such as yourselves to expel this creature.
I'll try and give a shout out for Savric and Ulfric to kind of like lay off the corpses and come, if you would, for this council.
Okay. When I seen beckon me, I had actually stood up at that moment and scanning the field and didn't notice where he was. And I'm already purposely walking toward him in that direction. My lord.
As I see Savric coming up, I say, you are housed in the north, correct?
Yes, my lord.
And have you heard tales of creatures or anything from the further north at this Wellstreak
We've
mine?
all heard tales, my lord. I have seen some strange things in my travels, and the woods, dark and deep, do produce horrors. But a lot of them, I would suggest that people conjure them up out of fear.
I'm kind of watching the Norwich people as he's...
Oh no, they're she bristles at this remark. I assure you, sir, we have not conjured this creature. He is.
Okay, I take a look at her and nod and kind of bow. Now you'll see me, Lord Harlan, with a paper in my hand, a scroll, all right, rolled up, and I've got the thing that you probably saw me pull off the sea people, you know, and I produce one, my lord. If it please you, could you read this? I was approached by Lord Alfred before the attack. He wanted me to turn a blind eye to some activity. He didn't let me know what exactly wanted me to do, other than I preside over the forested area north of Dredgewater.
I've heard your warden there.
And he, I suspect that he has some ill tidings. Granted, I found him dead among the remains of his tent, but I still wonder what could come through Lord Washburn's land. I suspect, and then I hand you the little scroll up piece of paper.
Okay.
Might hold an
I'll
answer.
motion for the woman from Northwich to continue talking. Tell me more as I kind of read this.
A creature came upon us from deep in the mines 3 years ago and waylaid and threatened to destroy the castle and the king. And so he made a pact with this creature to pay it in not only treasure, but in our young virgins.
Okay.
And it is a pact we must. What are you laughing at?
No, I do. I kind of step off to the side in the glow, and I'm listening more intently. Where before I wasn't even like.
And
I kind of, as she's talking, kind of, I'm glossing over the note. What does this parchment say?
Savric,
No, I rolled a 3
what does it say?
on my luck. It's nothing. It's simply an invite to the tourney. All right. So that's what.
I say, unfortunately, this provides no evidence of wrongdoing. It's merely an invitation. I kind of,
I hold it in my
I
hand
don't-
and disappointed looking and let it fall down into the fire. It floats down.
I snatch it before it hits the flame.
Oh, okay.
I say, parchment is of high value, and I
I'll
will
look at you
fold it
kind
up
I don't understand.
and stuff it in my surcoat. Wolfgar, what do you make of this tale of creatures from the deep? These sound like myths and legends to me.
Damn you,
You
men!
kind of see that the individual that's talking to you is like a 19-year-old young man.
But he's a lord, yeah.
Well, I hear a lot of old stories from old people, drunks. You know, you gotta take it all with a grain of salt, because sometimes it's, you know, some fact, but usually it's, you know, some savage dressed up as something.
Will you not believe us that we are in need? We would not have traveled so far.
I don't doubt you're in need. I just doubt that what you're describing is real. I mean, it could just, most likely it's bandits playing a con on you to get the coin. I mean, either way, you know, I can hit them with a hammer and they're both dead.
Good.
Either way, so it doesn't matter to me.
So if they are bandits, then it will be very easy for you to dispatch. Oh yes, let's do that real quick.
Bio break.
Let's do it real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna pause this. I think it'll work when I pause it. It'll be our first test pausing the recording. So, all right, I'm gonna run to the restroom as well. So hold on one second.
I just didn't want to say it out loud. Hey,
Oh, sorry.
break the mood of I've got
That's
to
all
pee.
right. That's all right. We're not that serious.
Yeah.
That crazy.
Got a refresh and
Well, no, I mean, we had some good role playing going on.
Oh
I don't
heck
want to
yeah,
interrupt
we
it.
sure did. But I have to go too. So the minute I saw that, I got
my heart meds. I can't. It's not. Hey, I'll do it later. It's like, no, do it now.
That's right. Yeah, we do not want any real death upon the recording, right?
No, that's.
Oh my gosh. Well, those were that's a random seed right there.
Cool.
All of it has been a random seed for the most part, but that was the big one.
It's good. It's kind of nice to handle a little kind of like large scale battle narrative.
Oh yeah.
It's kind
Yeah. Where is my rand? I got to roll another one.
of like,
right?
like how I lost my entire train. Nice.
It's crazy. I've got to roll another one now. I got to keep the seeds there in case things come up. So let's do this real quick. And let's see here. Dell's personal random seed he's already dealt with, right? That was his personal one.
yeah, that's how I dealt with it.
The Norwich Strangers were your personal random seed, Brian,
Nice.
right?
Cool.
And then the big Sea People Invasion was the big world random seed, world changer random seed. So I'll roll another one here for the big world. Yeah, it's not that big a deal. All right, and the okay. I don't have to tell you guys, but it's kind of fun to share since we're doing a test play. It's kind of
Back in the saddle.
yep. So an offer from a so pretty cool. Okay, I've got another big world random seed roll, and I'll introduce it if it fits, right? All right.
Okay. As she's talking, I'm fingering the necklace around me. It's a tooth necklace. Perhaps I've stayed over long, and you'll hear a little jingle in my pocket. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not overly audible. All right. So,
A little heavier jingle than before.
yeah, because I'm gonna pay my way out of this situation. Because this Baron Washburn ain't gonna do nothing but sit on his haunches. He has no intent to use me any more than a patsy, a stooge to watch his area. When
But
I'm a hunter.
it is your charge, your duty.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. But look at the land. I mean, it's just been reverted back. 2 more years. Anyway, whenever we get back to the game, this fall.
We're playing, baby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there
Yeah,
you
go
go.
ahead. Fire it up.
Well, I wouldn't have said that out loud. That was interior dialogue. So
Your indoor voice?
that was my indoor.
There's
No,
nothing-
I'm standing there.
there's
You'll
nothing
probably hear
wrong
this.
with conversational role play, right?
Yeah.
You still get as much in character with conversational role play.
One
No,
of the
but
things
Yeah.
Ulfgar is going to be doing now is, since all this violence is coming to him, he's going to he's got one been hanging around and he's just been waiting for the right person to buy it, or he's going to start looking and making it. He's going to look for a chain shirt.
Okay.
It's going to have to be, because anything heavier than that to him is just, it's useless, because
Okay.
something like that would be about 150 pounds for his size if
Right.
he did a full chainmail. But just a shirt, he wants to make his survivability a little more
Let's make
prevalent at that point.
let's make a luck roll on this battlefield. It's not so much finding a chain shirt;
One
it's
that
whether it's
fits.
big enough for a 6'4", 275-pound beast of a man.
And hopefully it doesn't make my butt look big. What would it be? Just a straight roll or a...
Yeah, straight roll luck. Add your luck if you have it. Did
I don't
you spend
have
your
it.
repute point, by the way?
No, I have not spent it yet.
Okay.
I rolled a 9.
Yeah. So you find a couple. Maybe in your spare time as a blacksmith, you might be able to re-engineer this into a large enough shirt for yourself.
Okay.
But you can't find one that fits you.
Fits you.
That fits you the way it is right now, right?
Okay, he'll keep the best of the ones that he finds that
And
he
so
can
you
start.
certainly, with given time and the right tools, you could probably
And I know a
this.
blacksmith.
Yeah, right. So the woman goes on to tells if you doubt bandits, she tells the tale of this man, this creature, this bipedal giant of a creature about 18 feet tall that they unearthed in the bowels of this will rising mine and disturbed it, and it has come to the surface, and so they've seen it, they've witnessed its atrocities, and the king made a pact with it.
18 feet.
Yes, it is. They are not bandits. We have seen it, and they all shudder. Some of them whimper, don't make eye contact.
Was alcohol involved during this viewing of this creature?
There may be some.
Okay. I'm kind of mesmerized now. My posture's changed to where I'm leaning forward and listening to the story. And like I said, messing with my necklace.
I keep watching Savric,
How far
kind of play
north?
with his.
How far north?
How far north is the Will Rising mine? How many days did you have to travel?
4 days. 4 days travel to get into the hills, into our village, into our small kingdom.
And by what route did you come? I'm gonna kind of like, in my mind, I know that the hamlet of Aylmere is kind of like north, slightly northeasterly of Dredgewater. So how close do they make? When she describes where they travel, how close did they come by?
She describes your land, and she describes your keep. And she said, "We passed your keep, but we thought it too small.
It is small
to have the help we might need. So we kept coming on until we found Baron Washburn's palisade. His city. I mean, his village here.
I say, I
No
will,
offense. We just thought you too small.
no offense taken. We probably would not have the manpower to provide any support.
Not
I look
to
at
be
Ulfgar
the
and Savik and I
monetary
say,
weasel here, but how much coin are you offering?
She looks about her companions, and then she goes over and they talk, and there's some raised voices and some hushed tones, and she comes over and says, "Can you men be trusted?" It's too late now. And she turns back, goes over, and she argues with them some more, and their loud raised voices. You see her dig through the baggage, and she pulls out, and you hear it clank and jangle. And she comes over, and she turns it upright, and she pours out about 3 silver pieces. This is everything the village could string together that the king had not taken from us to appease the creature. With 3 silver by your aid in ending this treaty with the creature.
Well, I kind of put my shoulder on both of my comrades, and it's more of me guiding them instead of asking them, let's go talk.
I kind of look over my shoulder as Ulfric is like being a little bit too friendly,
right?
But I do follow along with him, and I do bring
I just kind of squeeze a little harder as
I bring Radcliffe with me.
Okay.
I reach out in a half motion to grab it, and when he puts his hand on my shoulders, I stop, clench my fist, and kind of pull it and nod to her in turn.
Well, is 3 silver worth risking your lives for?
3 silvers.
I mean, that's basically 1 each.
But for the Lord here,
Well,
the pendants.
the mine of Will Rising, I know, provides a steady flow of ore. And if this is going to interrupt trade between Washburn, myself, and...
What type of ore does this mine produce?
I know, but I don't know if you would know. Lord Harlan would know. 10.
10.
10.
That's more of plates and
Galena,
bowls.
10. Yeah.
Yes, but for my people in our small hamlet, we primarily use a lot of bronze. There are very few amongst my people that are wealthy enough or can afford steel weaponry.
Understandable.
The steel, if the silver would not go to me, the silver will go to the coffers. And I do think that this undertaking, if we do decide to take it, is something that I should let Lord Washburn know that this is going on. That it sounds a little bit like a wild tale, but they are giving a witness's account. They have piqued my interest in such a creature that could be 18 feet tall, but...
Could that be a man on stilts?
If this creature is true, could you imagine? Could you imagine taking it down? And then I look a little wild in my eyes, okay? And then I'm still fingering the teeth.
I mean, that sea chief was one thing, but if this thing is 18 feet tall, we're children among it then at that point.
There are ways.
It may not need just be us. I could petition the Lord for a few men. If he refuses, I could gather a few men at arms to come with me for my holdings.
Why don't we, before we start gathering any forces, go and scout this out, see if this creature actually exists, and then we can decide what resources we may need to pull it together.
If it doesn't, if it's a forest, we
Yeah,
will
if it's a
uncover
forest,
it.
we can probably take care of it ourselves.
But if it is this creature, there are ways we can take it out.
Sounds
The
like a good
hunt?
plan. I will, as we journey northwards, though, I will need to have Talbot take my brother back to the holdings. And I kind of put my hand on Radcliffe's shoulder and I say, this is going to be a task too great for someone of your size, but I
how
think
old
today
is Radcliffe?
Radcliffe is 13.
Ah, he's a man. He can carry a sword.
He can
He
carry a
can go into
sword, but he
combat.
is not trained yet to use it well enough in the field.
Neither am I. That's why I use a hammer.
But if it falls to me, I do not want to have
You
my
don't want the
brother
boy's life on your hands if he's killed.
in my place. He will have
Yeah.
to take control of the stead.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wanting to make sure we plan out. I mean, that's just the smithy in me, because we just don't grab hot steel and start pounding on it. We plan out what we need to do.
This is good.
So
Okay.
I think we need to verify what we're going to deal with before we start pulling in anything else or risking anyone else's lives. Because people will fall if this thing is truly an 18-foot, monster giant.
My lord, I'm attached to Lord Washburn, but I believe with what she's offering, I can buy my release and go on this hunt.
I wouldn't go so far. Washburn is a good man, but I think that he would be willing to let you come with us in my employ. Given your skills, we would certainly need someone as a woodsman who's familiar with a certain lay of the land, and you and I both come from the northerly region, but once we get so far, I will probably rely more on your woodsman skills than my knowledge of local geography.
Yes.
I still have that gentleman's sword, or did he come back for it?
Well, he was murdered and waylaid with the raiders, right?
Yeah.
Almost everybody. So,
All right, well, that hangs up on the wall for someone else to buy then.
right, yeah.
Would say that I think it would be beneficial for me to petition the Lord for some horses to make our journey a little bit more expedient.
Yeah.
4 days
definitely.
to hoof it on foot would be a bit much, and if we were going to do some scouting, I would rather get there sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
better get, if so, then you need a draft horse for me. I don't want to turn any horse into a sway back by the end of this journey.
Right.
Okay. I tell Talbot, you and I look at Radcliffe are to gather up the means here and make ready for travel as soon as possible. Kind of looking up in the sky, being early fall with gray clouds and overcast, I turn and look towards the Palisades and I say, I will petition the Lord for some mounts.
I look around, Jason. A little smile goes across my face, and I'm looking for a horn.
Yeah.
Maybe that would announce.
That would not be difficult among these sea peoples. While you've been having this conversation, it's grown a little chillier and a little darker as the fire is stoked. They mingle and feed themselves while you have these conversations and debate. You also notice many of Welsford and many of his men out organizing the dead and cleaning up the battlefield. At some point during the evening, while you search for among the bodies for a horn, Saverick Welsford talks to Lord Harland and explains the Baron's concern. Obviously, this is the end of the tournament. Von Mort was not found anywhere along the battlefield. Some of his men are dead, but he's not around. So he must have escaped or not been here when it occurred. There was some conversation with you about that. He shares with you that the Baron believes for now they need to keep the guard up on the palisade, and send messengers to some of the smaller fiefs in the county to be aware of this. That's what Wellsford just shares this with you, that the Baron has got plans post assault, post attack. And Savrik, yes, you're able to find a horn among these Vikings.
Exactly.
Is basically what they are, right?
I grip it and think about blowing. Then I stop myself, and then sling it on the side. You know what I mean? Of my hip. So the hunt is what I'm looking forward to.
The woman tells you her name is Gerda, and she finally tells you her name, and says that she will escort you back to Will Rising. Her companions are too exhausted and too old to follow them immediately. So she would leave them here in Dredgewater if that is suitable to you and your lord. Oh, you're muted, Lord Harlan.
I will make mention of it as we discuss the possible acquiring of some mounts.
Okay.
Ulfgar is going to head back to his smithy, and since maybe combat will be possible, he is going to bring his little travel anvil, stuff to repair, minor repair armor, like strips of leather, the tools to work with the chainmail to see if he can work on that during camping, that type of thing, and get him loaded up into saddlebags since we're hopefully going to have horses. Tells the boy to let the forge go cold and start some of the stuff that we were planning on working on, some of the pointing on the bricks and stuff, to start redoing that to clean the shop up.
Nice. Okay. He takes the order, and what do I do when people come in need of immediate repairs?
Don't answer the door. Keep it locked. And right now, any armor or weapons that are worth value that we were trying to sell, I'll go over and put 2 large iron bars into the anvil and lift up the anvil kind of at an angle so that to expose a basically it's a safe, really. It's a hole in the ground, but with the anvil on it, most people can't pick it up.
Right.
Tilt it up and tell them to pile all that back in. I'll be in later before we leave, and I'll reset it, and that way it will keep anything worth of value safe.
Yes, Ulfgar, will do. And he goes to work. Harlan, as you approach the Baron, you see that he has makeshift infirmary. The palisade doors are askew. They're not completely open. The drawbridge, of course, down across the moat. He has every able-bodied man either on the battlements or tending wounded and the injured that have been pulled up. And they have left or found no surviving enemies. You don't see, again, among these as you walk through, headed toward the Baron, you do not see any of the black and gold tabards of Von Mort's men here. So if they were killed, if they were waylaid, you're not seeing evidence of survivors. You're not seeing, you may not have noticed on the battlefield Von Mort's tabards. If they were waylaid, you might not have been looking for them. He is in council, standing over a table with candles. He's got a map laid out. He's in council with Sir Reginald and of course, Wellsford. He is having a hushed conversation with him as you approach.
Stand back and wait.
Okay. You overhear him tell Wellsford that that he must send, and he names 2 of his chief messengers, send them to Bedford. We must tell the aldermen of the king there what has occurred this far inland. And then you hear him tell Sir Reginald how they will begin to prepare the Dredgewater proper and the palisade for a more defensive posture for them until they're certain they're not coming back. And then he dismisses them to eat and see to their families. And then he turns to you. You can see as he turns to you, he's exhausted. He takes 2 steps back and plops down and says, motions for you to sit. He pushes over a cup and pours you a drink, pours himself, and you can see how this has sucked the life out of him, right? He's an older gentleman, 40s, early 40s, and again says, "Oh, Harlan, this is a sad day, the saddest day in my memory for our people."
It is hurtful to see you in such a state, my lord, and I have asked questions. I have noticed that Von Mort and his people were nowhere to be seen. I did not see them on the field, but I did not see them in the fallen nor in the risen.
I did not take notice of that myself, but if you say it, I believe it. He is a vile, dishonorable lord. If you suggest that he had something to do with it, oh my, that's to sell out his own people.
I have no proof, but as he is not present, does make him suspect, at least.
I agreed, but it could just be cowardice, Harlan.
I'll smile a little bit. I could play the devil's advocate for that. Yes, it may be cowardice. He does deal with brigands, and he's not an upfront man.
That is the truth. Well, if he has made a pact with our enemies, the enemies of his own people, then he is a vile man.
When he says the word pact, I kind of shuffle to the edge of my seat in the front, and I kind of lean down and I look down into my cup and I say, I have also taken the opportunity to investigate these Northwich visitors.
Ah, good.
They have quite a tale to tell of a giant who has taken residence in the mine of Well Rising. And I know that it is a tin mine. It supplies us with some much needed additives for bronze.
Yes.
We have decided that we will go to investigate. Unfortunately, my own train has succumbed to the brigands. I have lost everything to a man.
I am sorry, Harlan. Do you think this is the right and proper time to head north?
Well, I will, with your permission, my lord, I would like to return to Aylmere and alert my people there as well to
by all
our
means,
own defenses.
By all means, you must attend to your people. Yes. I won't stand in your way. I had forgotten about these people in today's events. Do you feel this is? Do you feel the mine is at risk? Is that your primary motivation for helping these strangers?
The mine does sound at risk, and I would hate to lose a valuable resource for my people. As I said, the tin does come well to us for utensils and basic making.
He motions continue, and he rolls out a parchment, a quill, and he begins to scribble with a quill on the parchment, writing. Blows the ink dry, stamps it with his signet, with a wax and signet ring, and rolls it up, seals it again with wax and a signet, and he hands it to you. Harlan, this to the king. I do not know well the king of Will Rising, but this to the king of Will Rising. He is I only know him by reputation as a stubborn but very intelligent negotiator. In this document, you will not be surprised. It is a document to make him aware of who you are, and you will be there on my behalf and behalf of his people. And in it, so you are not surprised, I let him know that you were there in all good ways to help him salvage this mine on behalf of everybody in the region. And it would do him. He is a king, but he is a minor king. He is less than I am, believe it or not. He's a king of he calls himself a king. So we will honor that. But And he is a Christian man, in all sense of the word, a devout Christian man. You might be well to take a monk with you from the local abbey here, somebody to communicate with him in such a way.
That I will, my lord.
Yes. And with that, I bid you all the best luck and Godspeed, that you will rescue this mine for all of us.
With speed and thought, my lord, if I may, could I press upon you the use of some mounts?
Oh, indeed. How many mounts do you think you will need?
5.
Yes. And he snaps, and he whispers to a servant, and the servant, yes, my lord. And I have told him to tell the head groom to have these mounts ready.
Okay.
Yes. Who do you take? Not Radcliffe, not the boy Radcliffe, I hope.
No, Radcliffe will return back to our stead. I would not take him to the field, lest we lose leadership of our family.
Yes.
Your man in the North Severick, I would like to take him, and the brute of a man who faced off against the leader in the field, Uthgar. I see him as a choice individual to take with us as well.
The blacksmith.
He's a blacksmith?
Yes. I have heard tell of him bringing down their chief. I did not see it for myself, but I'm already hearing rumors of this man. Ulfgar is the town blacksmith. Have him if you must. Dar is here with his apprentice, so we are fine. As for Savrik, I think we have greater concerns than poachers in the north. We can certainly be without the warden.
Thank you, my lord. If I may have your leave?
Yes, Harlan. He stands, wearily helps himself up, stands, He reaches out and shakes your hand. Godspeed, and again, make sure the king sees this. My advice when you enter such a man's lands, that you make audience with him before you do anything on his land. Let it be known while you are there, and find out. He may be of great aid to you in this.
I will, my lord, with all due respect.
And he nods and says, "You of course, Harlan, free to go. The groom will have the horses ready for you as soon as he can."
Okay. As soon as they're ready, I take them and train back to everyone else.
Okay. All right. So when do you want to leave for the north?
I think we need a full night's rest before we head out. One of the things that before the forge goes cold, he's going to let his hammer sit in the heat and let the blood of his fallen enemy basically soak into the steel. And then the handle, he's actually going to add a leather grip to it, because he was realizing how slick it was getting with the blood all over the place. And
Right.
since he will use it more than just bending and making steel yield to it, you know, more of a weapon. So
Okay.
he's going to make it more usable.
Nice. Let's make a mind roll on this for you.
17.
Okay, so we'll upgrade it from a good weapon to an excellent weapon then, right? As you do some work on this and shore it up as a more of a combat tool, right? So that's +2 instead of +1. Is an excellent.
I'm also going to
hammer.
put my 1 point into body, so I have a 3 body now.
Okay, so that's going to give you
8 health,
yeah.
6 inventory.
And your combat rating is now so excellent plus a
would be a
good. So 3 plus your body is now 3, so 6. I think is now your combat.
I can deal with that.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, Severick, before a rest? Before you head north?
He also offers to his traveling companions anything that needs to be repaired. You know, a quick repair, weapons, whatnot. I've come into possession of a sword that was supposed to be repaired, but the owner of it no longer is on this earth. So, if any of you need this sword, It's yours. I mean,
Yeah,
it's an okay blade.
Motion,
Yeah,
I
there's
motioned to
nothing-
Cedric.
It's not Excalibur, but you know,
I'll take it as well as well, the bone knife is going to be too hard to repair right now, but there's the bow. I need to find me a replacement bow
I'm not a Fletcher.
out on the field. Yeah, you're not a Boyer Fletcher,
friend,
but
Well, you've got a bow from the
I'm just saying, I'm-
the
I'm-
Baron's men on the wall, right?
yeah.
I'll look at his dagger. Is there
So
anything
it's
I
a-
can do
it's a good
besides
quality
sharpening
bow.
it?
I'm sorry.
His bone dagger.
I'll pass
look
the
at
bone
it.
dagger to you and show you the crack in the bone in the hilt of it. And
That's something I can repair because I carry that as a standard material for handles.
Right. Right.
Um,
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'll attempt to, I guess, improve it, at
Yeah.
least sharpen
Let's
it.
do it. Yep. Make another
Yeah.
check for me.
Ooh, natural 19.
Nice. Yeah. So this is improves. So he shores up the handle. And
God, he
improves it
rolled. I
to
rolled a
a,
5.
improves it to a good weapon, right? So +1, plus you got a bow, which is +1, right?
Okay.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. That doesn't take you long, right, blacksmith? I mean, you know,
That's just more sharpening and then really repinning the new bone onto it and
Yeah.
Yep.
do a nice leather wrap on it.
It's Lord Alfred's bone too, right? No, I'm joking.
You see her, the young girl, Gerda, young girl. She's not a young girl, but she's the youngest of the troop that came here, the one that you've dealt with through this whole negotiation. You see her pack her bags and prepare. You see her say her goodbyes to her companions as they head down toward the Dredgewater proper to the Blackwater Inn and some of those establishments down there. As you guys are up, I'm assuming your makeshift camp still, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she tells you it will be just her accompanying you, leading you back to Will Rising, back to the kingdom.
The wagon that I was supposedly supposed to repair, are the owners deceased?
Yeah. I mean, it's just.
I mean, do we
sitting
wanna
there.
take a
It's
wagon?
still sitting there.
Yeah.
Putting supplies
there.
in it? I mean, I can fix it.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm maxed out on my inventory right now, so I can't carry anything
So I
else.
mean, we can do some extra food, supplies,
Okay.
whatever you want. I mean,
And that's just a matter of time. You don't have to make a roll for that. You can fix the wheel on a wagon. That's one thing you probably learned as a young apprentice at some point, right?
Yeah.
So the repair of the wagon, easy, right?
I kind of do like from Hawk the Slayer, the big giant. I was walking.
Right. Oh, right. I love that movie.
There you go. It's
It's
fixed.
one of my favorite
Oh yeah, I
guilty
got that off
pleasures. Hawk the
Amazon.
Slayer's a guilty pleasure of
Yeah.
mine.
Okay.
It's an annual watch for me.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a good movie. So yeah, he'll clean it up and just I guess I mean the harnesses. I imagine the horses were either killed or, but I can.
Well, the irony is,
You're the side of the horse.
what's that? There have been horses that were just scattered about that I'm sure
Yeah.
they've
Well,
rained
yeah, we'll collect a couple that look like our, that
Yeah.
got the harnesses.
We got
still
5
on.
horses anyway, so
Yeah.
But we'll rig that up. I'll bring some of my, I guess some of my equipment, tarps and such, to if we need to, at least stay in the wagon when it's raining or something. We can
yeah, pitch a tent.
pitch a tent in it and just
And
make
then
it
head
travel
out.
a little more comfortable.
And then gather any miscellaneous travel gear from the wrecked tents around us.
You do find in the tent of this nobleman who wanted you to fix his wagon, buried among the refuge, and there is a chest. There is a small box that is relatively heavy there.
Too bad it's broken.
It's got right. You'd have to. It's got a lock on it. So you crack this open, you flip it up, and of course it's full of coppers. Probably enough that he considered his ransom if he had to
Yeah.
ransom his life on the battlefield.
Yeah.
So it's
at least worth a silver, not
yeah,
copper.
yeah. You think it may be a silver's worth of coppers, right?
Okay, we'll keep those for expenditures if we need to spend anything once we get
Okay.
there. Kind of a I guess group loot.
Right. Okay. So you guys want to head out in the morning? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Severick, you suffered 2 wounds during that combat.
Sure
You
did.
get 1 back over night's rest.
All right.
I suffered 1 because I took that.
Yep.
The
And you
shield
would
to the
heal.
chest.
That would ultimately heal with some care and some cleaning and some rest, right? Your wound. Generally in travel in Dark Age of Man, it is just a narrative process, and if something occurs from random seeds, etc., it just is going to come up. She leads you for the next few days, leading on a horse out in front through rugged country. As it climbs out, you start to get into country many of you may have never seen before, as it starts to turn into mountainous, hilly country, as it climbs up out of the quagmire that you guys know is home in Dredgewater, the swampy, boggy country next to the rivers. As you climb up out of this through hills and tight, kind of rocky formations. The wagon fits, the horses fit. It's a road that leads you off deeper into the hills, and not 4 days travel, maybe 3 days travel with the horses. For them, it would have been on foot 5 or so. You can imagine it was a grueling hike for these people trying to get somewhere to get help. Within the last day, she tells you that you will come to Will Rising, the abandoned mine, and she tells you now it's been abandoned because of this creature and because it's shut down the mine. That you didn't know before, and she tells you that you will approach that between you now, the camp now, and the king's home. Do you want to approach the mine first to deal with this, or do you want to talk to the king? And
I think we need to make our presence known on
Yeah.
someone else's land.
I do emphasize, and on partially on the journey up there, we have Talbot and Radcliffe split off. They head back to the hamlet of Elmere, and as we're journeying and she's out in front, I will ride with her, asking questions about the King of Will Rising.
Yep.
Tell me about this man, and
So you find his name is
I forgot to bring
Elman.
them up.
Elman, right? Elleamnd. Elman. He calls himself a king, and therefore of his land. Therefore, it must be true. Will Rising is shut down. The mine itself. Will, of course, being the place of work, right? The mine is just a mine, but Will is actually where miners go to work. They go to
The mine
work.
itself, how big is it? The entrance, is it like one where you have to almost crawl on your knees to get in there, or is it?
Oh no,
large?
This has got a stone tower rising up about 20 feet. They've got a crank and a pump to pump out water. Yep. So there is obviously some ground seepage. It's fairly sophisticated. It is a stone kind of tower, 2 stories to 20 feet high, and with a crank and again pumps. It is shut down. So when you approach it, she just points out the Will Rising. This is where you enter the mine.
Now,
and
how
of
long
course you can see
has this been inactive? I mean,
18 months. It's been 3 years since the attacks. We didn't,
could be a lot of water
but
accumulated
it
in
stopped over 18 months. Yeah.
so I'm assuming there's been no upkeep keeping the water out or anything else.
No,
Nobody's working it.
Yeah.
nobody's working it.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's going to be a lot of water in there then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. On the way up, I would have attached, or I actually attached that little hammer that I had withdrawn from that sea person, and hung it as part of the tooth on my necklace. You see me from being more dour to more excitable, a little bit more like I came out of an oppressive situation. I've got more of a lust for life. I took up at the hunt. I'll be sharpening my weapons almost constantly at night, and whenever I get a chance to talk to the lady, I'll ask for more details on the creature. And anyway, that's about what you'll hear with me.
She tells you he's has a ashen kind of gray skin, bald, hairless, large head, hairless head, eyes. It does not speak, but well, it speaks, but it does not speak to us. But it must have spoke to the king when it made its pact. It stands, as she says, about 18 feet tall. It did not come from the Tower of Will Rising. It came from somewhere else in the mountains.
Is it garbed in anything? Wielding any weapons?
It wears furs and skins. Generally drags a giant club. It waylaid the closest hamlet when it first attacked. This went on for many weeks until the king finally negotiated the pact with the creature, and he has been most shamefully sacrificing the virgins to it.
Okay. So, yeah. All right.
Okay.
That's a waste of a good virgin.
So we'll circumvent the mine area and try and make our way towards the actual village.
King Elamon, she again shares on horseback with you over a couple of days, Lord Howland, that he is indeed a very Christian, devout man, but he is arrogant and stubborn, very stubborn. And she lets you. She and her village in the region have attempted many times to negotiate another path, and they finally stepped out of his authority and went for help.
So he had no idea that you came down looking for us or help.
He knew we've tried and tried and tried. We have given up and decided we must end this. We must put an end to
folly.
this.
But yet we have to.
This is a folly.
Yeah, we're gonna probably hit a lot of resistance from this king because she usurped his power. It wasn't his idea to go look.
He doesn't have to know that she came to us. I already know of a way that I could give reason for why we are here, and that is the loss of trade.
Yeah. I mean that's more power to you there. You're used to talking to normal men. I hardly ever travel. I mean, my grandfather and my father grew up in that city, and I am too. We were blacksmiths, so we had people came to us for our services. We didn't have to travel.
Lord Harlan can gain us free passage, and I'll take us to the beast, and we can lay a trap for him.
So once you get on that final day, unless there's something you want to do before you arrive, she says she will leave you here. You don't need her to escort you to the king. She defers to Harlan's lead on this, but she is going to visit her local village and see her family and share their success. And she will meet you back in a day or so around the mine, if that's what you intend to do.
Yeah, I do tell her that, it should not, word of this should not travel far.
Then I will just go home and tell them all.
Because we do not want anything to despoil our attempts to negotiate.
Oh, yes. She nods and says, "Absolutely, I understand. You make a good point." And so she spurs the horse and rides off to the west. She tells you her village is not far, just a couple of miles over the ridge.
Okay.
Again, you can see this is indeed a small keep, but it's stone. Living among these rocks and quarries, they clearly built stone walls, stone palace. Not a palisade if it's stone, but stone walls, stone keep. Yeah. As you approach, again, you can see on the battlements a handful of soldiers. The gates are open. They don't appear to be on guard in any way. As you approach, there are other people trafficking through the gates, moving about. As you get there midday, there is commerce, there is trade. It's smaller than the Palisade in size, but it seems more crowded, as if more of the local villagers are here doing
They're as
stuff.
if they have retreated.
Right, as if they're staying the hell away from the mountains. and the hills.
Understandable since something
Right,
18
right.
feet tall roams the land.
Right.
Yeah, I'll be just kind of resupplying and getting any kind of rumors, the rumor
Okay.
mill while,
Yeah,
while
make a
Lord
luck
Harlan
check.
goes inside.
Make a luck check for me on that, Savrik, as you're taking the horses maybe to the local. No, okay. So most people seem to be tight-mouthed. They're not interested in talking to you, Savrik. You're not compelling. You're not charismatic. You're not getting people to talk, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's the fact that the 6'4" giant follows you around, and they're tired of giants in this area, man.
Say the wrong word and I eat you. Okay.
Right, Lord Harlan, as you approach the King's Keep, you were stopped, of course, on the at the main gate.
I currently have the sword. I do wear it, but it is tied so that it cannot be drawn.
Right. He nods and says, "Who be you?"
I say, greetings, my name is Lord Harlan Alamir. I've come to seek audience with Elamond. I have great concerns for trade.
For trade. You and many others want trade here. There's plenty of trade. Lord, on
Yes.
behalf of your Lord Elamir, you say?
I
Yeah,
am Lord Elamir.
Is the king expecting you?
No, he is not expecting me.
Okay. As he looks you up and down, sees your armor and your weapon and your signet ring, he begins to recognize you are indeed what you say you are. You are not a clever thief or con man. And he says, "Indeed, let me tell the king that there is a lord here. Indeed, Elamir." And he leaves you standing with another guard. He retreats, comes back shortly, and then holds the door open. Yes, Harlan, Lord Elamir, please follow us this way. And so he leads you through, hands you off to a robed gentleman who's looks like more like a monk or a friar. He nods, and as he leads you down the hall, he says, "So the gateman tells me you are from the south. You are Lord Elamir."
Yes, Lord Elamir. My manse borders just on the River Dredge and a minor inlet, not maybe 2 days travel south from here.
Dredgewater. What brings you up here to the north?
Our concern in my manse is that we've seen a dramatic decline in the tin trade over the past year or so, and we're concerned, as most of my smiths incorporate that for bronze making, and I have come to try to renegotiate or reestablish trade between our two peoples.
He stops before he puts his hands on the door. Before he swings it open, he looks at you and says, "I'm afraid that may be something you cannot remedy, but
I
God be
give a
with
look
you."
of concern.
And he opens the door, pushes it in. He nods for you to lead in. He steps in behind you and says, "Lord King, a Lord Harlan Elamir from Dredgewater is here to talk to you, sir." And he steps aside and bows and then leaves the room, shutting the door. He is seated just on a simple chair. He appears to be barefoot. He's wearing, I won't say his nightgown, but he's wearing comfortable gown. No socked feet. No.
Okay.
He is relaxed. No crown upon his head. He appears to be having a snack. He's got an apple. He's using a dagger to peel the apple, and he's eating. And he leans forward in his chair around a screen and says, "Don't be shy. Come in. Come in."
I'll walk up, and when I get within about, say, 6 feet, I will take a knee.
Ah,
Because as he is a king
mhm.
in his own land, I will kneel to him.
Yeah, he waits an excruciatingly long time as he peels the apple and takes a bite, wipes his mouth. Go ahead, you may stand, and you can be seated. I suppose you'll need refreshments. You look as though you've been on the road.
I am slightly weary from the road, but I do not want to inconvenience you, my lord.
He, with his bare foot, kind of pushes the table over towards you, so you can reach a cup and fruit if you want it.
Okay.
So, what is this about? He doesn't look at you as he peels the apple and takes bites out of it on his dagger.
My lord, I have noticed, I and my smithies have noticed that the decline in the tin trade has continued since about maybe a year or so ago, and I have come northward to see if we may be able to reestablish or renegotiate a trade for supply. My people use tin and bronze making quite consistently, as it's easier to work than steel and iron ore.
Yes, I know of the value of tin as I have profited by it for many a year. But unfortunately, Will Rising, which you must have seen coming up from the south, you must have passed it. It is derelict now, as it is run dry. There is no tin vein there any longer.
Hmm.
I would love to sell you tin. I would love to mine it, dig it from the earth as I have, and as my fathers have, and as my father before him, as it has affected the pocketbook of my small treasury. But it is there's nothing new in that mine. We've had to let it go.
And it just ran dry.
Indeed, we have not been able to find a new vein, a new load.
That's quite disheartening, my lord.
Mhm.
Well, and I kind of almost start to stand up, and I say, if I've noticed that your village has kind of become overcrowded. Has something occurred? I know recently in the south, where we were out in Dredgewater not a few days ago, we were raided by the sea people. Have you had such occurrences here? Has there been something? Have these people come to trouble your land as well?
He sits forward, squirms a little bit, uh, sets up, and lets out a long belch. Oh, well, we have not had any problem with sea peoples, as you call them, as it is difficult for them to get this deep and this high into the country. Uh, the people are here because it is more comfortable to be here in the confines of our beautiful keep. Uh, uh, for the most part, we have troubles, but we contend with our troubles.
That's good to hear. Well, my lord, I'm sorry to hear that the mine has run dry. With your permission, I would like to reside for a while and maybe find other things that you and my people could trade with.
It is. You are a lord. You are a free man. Sure, I see no qualms with you making yourself of value. You just do not cause trouble. Are you a man of God? I don't see your allegiance to God hang about you or mark you in any way.
On the road, I have lost in transition not only some accoutrements, but there was a great loss of my entire train and I kind of hang my head at the raid at Dredgewater, and several of my own personal effects have been stolen. In my rush to get here, I did not stop by my own holdings on the way back. But
It seems the Lord has forsaken your Baron Washburn and his lands, Dredgewater. That is sad. He has fallen out of favor with God, has he?
it
It may
seems as
be
such,
it
my
may be
lord.
best you stay, but again, God fearing, do not cause trouble here.
No, no, my king. If, with your permission, could you give me directions to where your church is located?
Yeah, and he readily gives you directions.
Okay.
Yeah, tells you where and what a father and monk there are. Those you would it'd be good for you to know. He names them, and as he dismisses you, as you're 3 steps from the door, he says, one more question.
Yes, my liege.
Does Baron Washburn know you are here?
Yes, I did express concern with the Baron before I had left. Do you need papers?
He stands. You have papers from the Baron.
Yes, if need be, sir. If there's
Damn
any
you.
assistance.
Damn you, don't you know you should serve me those papers before you speak to me? Bring them here.
I give him the papers.
He takes it. Yeah, this looks authentic, tears it loose. Although a poor man's signet mark, clearly by the quality of the mark, he rolls it open, reads it. Yes, it seems as though you are meant to be here. But I unfortunately, as he wads up this parchment, which if you know is of value, and throws it into the fire pit and watches it burn. But as you well know, the mine is dry. Until the Baron will have to find his tin from somewhere else.
Yes, my lord.
Be gone now. Thank you. And again, say your prayers when you enter that church.
I will.
And he dismisses you. You are ushered out of the premises by a servant, not by the guard or the monk who had walked you in. It's just a servant that ushers you out. It's about midday.
Okay.
Again, you know where the church is at. You can head there if you will. Saverick and Ulfric, what have you been doing while he's been gone?
Tending to the horses. Haven't been petting them down. Making sure that they're fed and watered, and making sure that everything's tied down and there's no activity around our wagons, which I'm assuming is on the outside of the area, not unless we came in with them.
Yeah, I mean, you could have brought the wagon into the yeah.
Okay.
Checking the competition out.
Just resupply.
Smithies.
They're good observation. They're closed down. There are no smithies working. They are abandoned and closed, probably because there is no either resources to work with or metals to work with, tin to work with.
Or competition from the other cities.
Yep.
During the 3 days, though, I have been knitting more chainmail rings and such.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time to finish it, right? So at some point, you can try it on, wear it. It'll give you, it'll give you a +1 to your combat rating, right? As a suit.
Looks good, Alfred.
Yes, it's a work in progress, and he's got like a small barrel with a little door on it, and it's full of sand. And you see him; he'll put pieces of the chainmail at a time. He'll stick it in there, and basically what it smells like is he's pouring vinegar in there. Closes it up, and as we're going along, he just kind of rolls it back and forth on his leg, and you can hear it. And later on, he pulls it out, and it looks all nice and shiny.
Nice. Polishes it up.
And at that point, but yeah, he wow, yeah, no smithies around. That's a shame.
Yeah, I'm looking for a Boyer or Fletcher too to see if I can resupply my arrow stock.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that would be not a problem, right? Plenty of resources for that.
Now, are we seeing a lack of metal items that have basically been refurbished, nothing like new?
Right. I mean, there's no new production. These people aren't carrying weapons. Most of them don't appear warlike. It's a working kind of a working mining community, right? There are guards, of course, but again, it's nothing fancy. Their equipment, they're
leather and padded.
Right. Yeah, and their weaponry appears to be, from where you at first glance, sword is a sword is a sword, right? Right. These don't look like they're.
Well, as I make it, then it's
right.
Art.
Yeah, and they don't appear to be I mean, they aren't battle-tested people, right? I mean, you can just tell they're I don't want to say they're weak.
They're at
There's
their
something
end,
there's
end
something
of the
about
rope.
them.
There's just something just kind of deflated everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Beating people.
I'll look for any place that has any indication that there may be hunters or trappers or anything that they're bringing in pelts or
Yeah, in the market. Oh
in
yeah,
the market.
I would argue food and those types of are of greater abundance here because clearly they're not dealing with metals. They're not dealing with certain resources. So yeah, this would be fairly abundant. A market full
now,
of
I'm
furs.
originally from the north anyway. I don't think I've been this far north. But it's funny because I left it to go to southern pastures to try to improve my station in life, and that didn't work out. But I didn't know that a piece like this would be right under my nose in the north. But I am just asking around, getting the lay of the land, and judging from the types of fowl, the types of fish. You see what I'm saying? Just getting an overall view of what the wildlife is around here.
How abundant it is.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
is it a fat deer or a deer that it's got more bone than anything else?
Exactly. They kinda
Certainly
get
zero fish. Dredgewater is the primary source of, right? If not crops, fish. Here, no fish. Yeah, I would some meat, but it would be mostly small, sheep, maybe a lamb, rabbit. Not a lot though.
okay. All right.
Yeah. As far
Certainly
as fowl,
no
there's
antlers
some-
or trophies like I've got around my neck.
not in the market.
Okay.
Yeah, not in the market, right? Just heaps of furs, and again, these furs, though, ironically, don't look like they're not of recent kills. I mean, these furs, some of them look aged, some of them look almost like a secondhand market.
I'll be sitting on top of the wagon when Lord Elmir comes.
Maybe not a lot of coin to go around, so it's
Yeah. This
more
is just-
barter. Hey, 4 pelts for whatever, and then
And
yeah,
they certainly haven't
it's a resale
seemed
shop.
real chatty or friendly to you two, at least.
So there's a pall over the place, basically, is what. Well, not necessarily, but it's.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. They appear to have adjusted to this way of life.
Yeah.
If this was COVID, they'd be wearing masks. No sweat.
Yeah.
And we
As-
definitely look like foreigners.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, Lord Elmir, this seems. This place.
Yeah,
is,
they're all definitely of the same DNA, the same gene pool here in this
Very
I'll
few
impart that
branches in the
information.
in the family tree.
right.
I impart that information to Lord Elmir.
Okay,
Lord
we can
Elmir
kind of
Steens. Yeah.
discuss, what we both learned, and I do emphasize that, the letter of writ is now gone, so our position here is probably tenuous at best. I do think it behooves me to go to the church to see if I might still ask further questions there. I don't know what the church's loyalty directly to Elamund will be, if they will be as talkative or as loose of lip, or if there will be a conversation between the king and them that we're not privy to. But I should visit there at the request of the king.
It's sounding more of church and state are hand in hand here.
Yeah. Be
They
careful.
keep the church fat. They keep him in power.
This is probably a distinct possibility, and it may be where most of the coinage is kept.
True. Yes. Any large crop or whatever is probably in the coffers and.
Okay. I'll be sure to, grab a couple of coppers for myself from my own purse, to take with me to church. If you can, try and linger in an inn. Maybe if you take up residence, and I'll provide some funds, that we may be able to loosen some lips with some locals or ply them with ale, just to get them to begin talking.
Okay.
If they see we have coin, they may be
That's true. Yeah.
more friendly.
I can also slap them upside the head too if they.
No, I don't think that would be a very good idea.
Have you seen these guards? It's boys with shirts and pointy sticks.
Yes. I've never been a man to
We
thirst
have
for
to be
power,
tactful.
but this does seem to be a kingdom in trouble.
Yes, we have to be tactful. We don't need to have the whole kingdom turn against us. No.
Yes, even if it's a bunch of pointy sticks. And I know it was a big man that you killed, but there are now only the three of us.
It wasn't the size of his weapon, it was how well it was made. It broke like a twig. But I understand.
So I'll make my way to the church, and
Yeah, tread carefully, Lord.
I will try to stay low key as possible.
All right. Okay, so before we head to the church, you guys are going to pursue an inn. What are you going to do to ingratiate yourself with the locals?
Yeah, I'll try to get the horses stabled, get us a place at the inn, and maybe find a local tavern and,
I'll try to keep anything worth value on me, like in saddlebags and such. Not on
Yeah,
the
that
wagon,
box.
because it will disappear. Yeah, something that way. They got to go through me to get to it.
Okay. As you enter, it's a short door. As a big man, you'll have to duck in. Saverick might even have to duck his head in. The people aren't real short, but for some reason the door on this particular tavern is low. It's dark, dingy, not a lot of outdoor lighting, as this is mostly a stone buildings. So there's a little bit of light. Not crowded. There's a handful of individuals in this inn, very quietly supping or drinking in private. And there's no festivities. There's no laughing. There's no gambling. There's as you come in,
we need a room here. I say toward the innkeep.
Yeah, he looks up. Yes, if you've got the coin, we have the room.
We have the coin. We'll need 3 rooms.
But I only see 2 of you. Well, there's a big man, but even a big man can only use 1 room.
Yes, but we have another in tow. He'll be here shortly. And
Yes. Well, that'll be 35 coppers for the night for all 3 rooms.
How many copper is it to make a silver?
50.
50? Okay. I ain't bad.
His eyes grow big when you hand it out. He's
You want to pay just, sorry, do you want
greedily.
to pay for one night, or do we?
You give
Go
him
from
35 copper?
Yeah.
Yeah, his eyes grow big as he greedily grabs it up, looks around.
I grab his arm before he pulls it back. You know this too much. And then I stick my hand
It
in there.
is the going rate. Don't make me call the
35
guards.
copper. Please, Ulfgar.
You would. There is
Let
a
it
cheaper
be.
inn out
It's
of
my
town.
copper.
You heard the
Worry
big
about
man.
If he cheats us, he'll regret it.
Oh, our rooms are nice and warm, cozy,
Pah!
and
And
with
I let
it
my hand
comes
up off-
and
off
with
of
it comes meals. You will not be dissatisfied for your
Meals
35
included?
coppers.
That's
Yes.
worth 35 copper for 3 of us.
Yes.
He hasn't seen how I eat, so we'll be coming out on the positive side of this deal.
All right.
Are you hungry then? Is that what I'm hearing? He snaps his finger.
Yes.
Gretchen, gruel for the big man. Double his size.
Gruel?
It's not really gruel.
I snicker as
tease
I'm
her.
walking past Ulfgar, and I shake my head and open the door and go outside to go stable the horses.
Okay.
I'll return.
There better be like bread and cheese and
mutton.
Yeah, I mean, they bring you bread and cheese and apples, and clearly
Yeah.
they're not. Yeah, not a lot of meat though. Little tiny chicken leg,
Yeah, you know, it's taking apples and almost like half a bite, half
The
of it's
chicken
gone.
foot.
little chicken leg.
Yeah,
Your
they used to be
your
called pigeons.
your friend begrudgingly did not want to pay us for our establishment. He is
Well.
definitely a backwoodsman.
I lean real close so my face is.
It's not your matter. I paid the coin.
Nah,
Not for conversation, for food and bed.
good. He nods and moves down the bar. You see him whisper to somebody who comes up to order something, and at some point they talk a little bit, and then he looks down the bar. And why? What are you doing here? You're clearly strangers. What brings you to our humble town?
I think that 35 copper also buys me some privacy and no questions.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. He turns and takes care of other people. All right, so we get to the church. As you approach this church, a well-kept church. Again, stone, beautiful stained glass. When you come in, you are seeing their candelabras. You are seeing that they don't use straight wax or tallow candles. These are mounted in candlesticks. These candlesticks are probably galena, lead, maybe some tin. It could be from the days in which they had the mine going, but there's clearly money invested in the church.
Oh yeah.
As you enter, there's a handful of monks, and they're praying. Some are working, and as you approach, they, for the most part, leave you be unless you approach them.
Well, when I enter the church, I will look for an alms box,
Yeah.
and that will be my first stop. As I will drop a couple of copper into the alms box, look around for the prayers bench, and then make my way towards,
Yep.
that section.
They two of the monks look up. Of course, when you come in, they don't really double take it, and then when they hear the coins hit the box, 3 or 4 more will look, and they'll bow peacefully and then watch you cross to the bench. Again, there are a handful of people here praying. There are a couple of monks praying. Are you looking for anyone in particular?
Not currently, no. I'll take a few minutes, to go through my church routine that I've maintained over the years.
Right.
Kneel and pray, and if they have a candle staircase, then I will stop by there to light a candle, and then look around to see if I could find one of the monk. Wait for them to finish.
Right.
One of the brothers to finish, and then I will approach them.
Yeah. There's, they make themselves open to any approach, right? With their
Okay.
body language, with their demeanor, open posture, open face, make eye contact with you as you approach.
Yeah.
They nod and bow and hello, good sir.
I say, my name is Lord Harlan Alamir. I have traveled north to try to reestablish trade that we once had with your king, but I have come into grave news that your mine has run dry. Maybe you gentlemen could offer me some advice on other trades that have done well here in this kingdom, as that was our primary means of working together.
If you look for trade, the church is not the place to ask. But I would tell you there are other mines. There are other villages with mines. But yes, we are.
Yes, but you are the closest one, unfortunately.
Yes.
And being good members of the church, and of course, I'm coming to seek your spiritual guidance in this matter. That it seems as though, reaching the town, that this town has fallen on some what appears to be hard luck. I've noticed that the goods in the marketplace seem to be a little bit less for wear. The people are a little bit more recluse than my father had once mentioned about the jovialness and welcomeness of those up here in Northwich.
Yes, we have fallen. We are cursed. The good Lord has forsaken us, and our God-fearing King has sold us out. Has sold us, and worse, has condemned all of our young women to a horrific future. The mine, I don't know what the king told you, but the mine is derelict, but it is so because people will not work it.
I'm going to start beginning to ply them for, I say it is my duty then to ask if somehow, as a good Christian, if I could be of assistance in some way or another. Is there something that I could ask the king, or would he be offended?
Then maybe the Lord has answered our prayers. Come into my chamber. We will talk. Not all of these monks will agree with what I may have to say. And so he leads you down a hall into a private, tiny little room. Obviously, these guys are monks, right? Spartan
cell.
Cell, right? He stands as he offers you his lone chair. Sit, my lord. I am accustomed to standing, as it is our way. And then he says, our king. I don't know how well to say this, but he has made a deal with an evil creature to protect what is left of his kingdom. But unfortunately, through this pact, we die. We die a slow death. The God has forsaken us. He doesn't realize that he has, in this pact, he may have curbed our demise in a violent and quick fashion for a long and grueling oppression.
And you say to protect you from what?
From a creature that not even God himself could have created. This beast is something of the darkness. It is an evil and vile monster.
And you say the king has made this pact with this beast to protect you from a worse demise?
To protect his treasure, to protect his castle, to protect his people.
But
I do
protect
believe
his people from what? I mean,
from the creature. The creature has waylaid and murdered many people before he made this pact.
So there are two creatures.
One creature. God, no, please. He crosses himself. Two creatures.
So I kind of look down at the ground and I say, I'm sorry, brother, but I am a youth, and maybe I've misunderstood. You say that the king has made a pact with this creature, correct?
Correct, because he was destroying and killing and maiming, and he felt the best way to save his people. I believe it was the people he cared most about. I will give him the benefit of the doubt, but I think his treasure probably more important, which is why he is giving the virgins away.
And so he is appeasing this beast.
Yes, and his treasure stays untouched.
And you say his treasure. What is
he must have a hoard of treasure. He ran a successful mine with a prosperous people. The mine is shut down, but he has not had to spend this treasury. As you've seen, have you been to the castle? Have you seen the lack of guards, the lack of soldiers?
Yes, I have. I've seen the lack of manpower. I've seen the lack of skilled men. I've seen a village that appears to be on its heels.
Yes, that is a fair way of seeing it.
Are there?
We see it as God has forsaken us.
And how do the people take this?
Well, the people do as their king bids. They have argued and fought, and he refuses to budge. But the creature is not maimed or killed or assaulted since. So the pact has freed us from the creature's violence. Come, let me show you what we do have. And he leads you down a hall, down a little a stone stair to a cellar, and it's lined with scrolls and books. And he takes you over and pulls from a shelf a book and sets it down and flips through this old book, blowing dust free. And he points to a sketch in the book, and he says, "This here is the creature that haunts us. This here is the creature we are cursed with." And he points out this grotesque humanoid. And next to the sketch, somebody sketched, peasants or something running from it. And of course, gives it the scale of about 20 feet tall by comparison, if these are indeed. The language, you might want to make a mind check. I don't know how literate your character is.
17.
Briefly, you can pick up some of the words quickly under the candlelight as he points out the image, and it talks about this creature from the bowels of the earth, and that it survives on the flesh of the virgin, unspoiled, the unspoiled, right? But you can't read everything about this, but you're picking up pieces of it.
Yeah.
But indeed, he folds it shut, and he says, quickly slams it shut and says, "In a house of God, hard to believe that we store and house this information. We do not readily share this with the world. But
Right.
this is what haunts us."
I thank you for that privilege, brother. Is there nothing that could be done?
And he flips it back open, fingers through, and he reads the line out. It says, "The creature by night is at its strength, but by day slumbers and is less powerful." As he reads this out, it is said that with the proper ingredients, it can be reduced. The digging through it with his finger, trying to scratch loose some of the ink, he says, "But we have lost what those ingredients are here."
Then there is still more to this mystery. Are there no, I say in all earnest, brother, as a man of God, is there someone that I could speak with who is outside the village, who could help in some way?
Mhm. Yes, there is. And he kind of looks about him, leans in close, and he says, "He is a crazy old man who lives in the hills. He is almost as dangerous as the creature you seek information on. So be very, very wary of him. His name is where's my name list here? I got to have a decent name for him. Where's my name list? Here we go. His name is Profoco. He is I dare not say it in the house of God, but it's believed he may well be a witch."
Yes, definitely, potentially a creature just as worse as the beast you were mentioning. I thank you, brother.
To me, yes.
And to my soul as well, if I decide to seek this man out.
Yes,
if you would.
The Lord bless you in all your endeavors in dealing with this on our behalf.
If you could do me but one small favor, please let anyone who would allow word to get back to the king know that I have visited the church here and spent some time in seclusion to seek the Lord's advice.
Yes, I can guarantee you the king's spies have already reported that you are here.
Does he find you to be a favorable monk?
I am not one of his favorites. No, I have argued and contested his pact with this creature. I am not in his best. Who did he send you here to meet? And of course, you give him the names because we didn't share it.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. They would be in his favored terms. I am not one of those. It's best you spoke to me. They would not have told you anything.
This is good to know.
Mhm.
If you would please let them know that we had discussed penance, if you would.
Ah, yes, yes, and you should flagellate every Saturday night for 10 minutes.
Okay. So I thank the brother for his time, and I say I must get back to my companions. I'm sure they're waiting on my return. And as I exit the church, I will try to, once again, I will stop by, kneel at the prayer bench, give a final offering as I exit back out of the church, and then make my way back over to the inn.
Okay. You notice there's roughly the same amount of people that were there. There's a handful amongst that are not there that were when you came in, but
Okay.
it could be anywhere in the monastery. Down to the inn. As you approach, you find Severick out.
Grooming
I
the
guess.
horses in the
Yes.
stable.
Yep.
Okay.
He's
I've
clearly
seen
more
him getting
comfortable
closer
among
to
them.
them and feel more responsible for their care.
Right.
The return to
Yeah.
Washburn.
Meanwhile, Severick, while this is all happening, you've noticed, because you've been out there for a long time, taking care of the horses. And of course, you've noticed the young boy has watched you. He at times you find him staring at you, and then you'll look away as he's clearly mesmerized by your bone-handled dagger and this thing that hangs around your neck. He's probably 10 years old.
Come here, boy.
He looks.
I
did nothing.
Yeah, come here. Come here.
He
Would you like
comes
the
up,
copper?
looking down. Won't look up at you.
Come here, and
didn't
I
do
hold the
anything.
copper. I hold the copper out for him. Okay.
Yeah, he snatches that before you can blink.
No. Okay. Wait. Whoa.
What?
Help me groom the horses. And I pass him.
But you were doing a fine job. I've watched you groom these horses for the last half hour. You're doing a great job.
Yes, and with both of us doing a great job, we can get the job done faster.
Yes. So he takes a brush and he's brushing the horses.
Okay. Yeah, I'll continue doing that. I'm talking to the horses. I'd rather be around their company than Ovgar, because he's
Sure.
More boisterous and
Sure.
where I've been in my mind for the last 4 days.
Right. What is that hangs from your neck?
You like? This is teeth.
Why would you hang teeth from your neck? Are they your? What kind of a man wears teeth from around his neck?
I give a big belly laugh. The kind that tracks and kills beasts.
Oh.
They are trophies of a sort.
He slinks over to you. The God has sent you to us. Do you know beasts? Is there a restriction upon the kind of beasts you hunt?
I hunt where God leads me.
Beasts bigger than you?
Beasts. It does not matter the size. The bigger they are.
You are sent by God.
the harder
Only a
they
man
fall.
who hangs teeth around his neck would hunt this beast.
Indeed. What beast are you speaking of?
Oh, I can't name it, but it is a giant. He has haunted and tortured our city for years. My sister was one of his victims.
Your sister, you say?
But a victim because, as my father says, because of the bastard king, not because of the creature itself.
You mustn't say that out loud. Don't know who's listening. And then I kind of look around. I'll catch Lord Harlan walking past probably by that time. It's good. It's good. You take your corn. Go back and take care of your family. Don't mention this to anyone. Okay.
But are you going to hunt the beast?
We shall see. We shall see. Right
Will
now,
no
I must
one
leave.
will no one come to our aid?
I put my hand on the boy's shoulder, and
He
I
jumps because he didn't know you were there.
say, I say, there is a chance that the Lord has sent us here, yes, but there is trouble. If your king has become corrupted so much that he may see us as an affront to his authority, it could jeopardize any work that we might be able to do in the Lord's name. So it is up to you to keep this a secret for now.
I understand. I would not want to fall on the king's bad side, nor yours. Good
I'll
man.
kneel down, kind of like, on the balls of my feet, and I'll reach into my pocket, my pouch, and pull out another copper and give it to him. And I say, not a word.
No.
Keep the faith, and I
Not a
ruffle his
word.
hair.
Yeah.
He
And then send him on his way.
this he slips into his boot, and then he stands and he says, if for 2 more copper I can show you its lair. I have twice snuck upon it.
I look at Severick.
I look at
say-
him. I look at Lord Harlan.
Well, I say, meet us here at the inn tomorrow, and we'll talk about that later.
Yes. And he nods and says, and I won't say a word. My father cannot know of this. And he
No.
walks off.
I fill Severick in on my experience at the church, and I say, it, unbeknownst to me, even though I was suspect about it, and I'll be, say that we need to get Ulfric involved in this conversation too, because we all need to know about this.
Oh, frick.
Uh,
He's inside blowing through our money like so much wine and ale.
the
You better
money
stop
from
him. Stem the flow.
the money from the money from the chest is the spoils of war, and that is what men do.
Yes, but
They feast and famine.
we need
But
to.
there is a good chance that the king Elmir will know that I spoke with a monk who he may not have favorable intentions with. We may have some trouble, as his minions at the church may inform him that I had a conversation.
Do you think we should tarry overnight then? Or should we be on our way?
I think we should not do anything to make us suspect. If he calls for an audience, I will have no qualms with returning to the keep. But if we were to abscond now after being seen going to the church, it would look even more suspect. And with the writ up in flames and now ashes, I don't have much authority other than my title.
And you say that to attack this beast in the day
In the day
is wiser.
is wiser, and we must also seek out a man called Crofoko. He seems to be maybe a shaman or a priest of pagan faith.
A witch. I've heard of tales of those. If we must, God wills it. All right.
Okay.
Well, shall we go in? I have hunger. All right, so I'll go in there and get a plate and sit at a table across from Wolfgar. As he's
You guys walk in, and Ulfgard's like, had a few too many beers right now.
Yeah.
And he's like describing the fight with the chieftain, and he's just like, and the skull just ripped open and just blood everywhere and just spilling his beer. He's like, bring me another one. And just explaining everything what happened. And
good Lord, shut him if he must.
No?
Yeah, the
Let the
handful
man
of people,
enjoy his spoils.
right? The handful of people in the bar are listening, but they're somewhat intimidated by him, of course.
Yeah.
Right? As he's drunk and telling tales of crushing Vikings, right? They're a little terrified. You can see it. He can't because he's
I sit in the corner and my eyes are just glaring through,
right.
he'll like take his hammer, and he's like, this is what I used to crush his skull. And he sets it on the bar with a big heavy thunk. because it probably weighs about 20 pounds. And he's just like, I boiled the blood of my enemy into the head of the hammer now, and it's got his
I
spirit.
need food.
Yes, yes.
Food and ale.
He comes by so quick, kind of tossing your plate of food at you, as he doesn't want to be around this giant, semi-drunk killer of sea peoples.
Oh, I'm over in the corner. I ain't even around.
Oh,
I'm giving him plenty of
yeah.
elbow room, man.
Either way, he doesn't want to be on the floor with this guy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He's back behind his bar pretty quick.
All right, Lord Harlem, we've got 3 rooms. Should be paid for.
Very good.
Yeah, like I guess they're, what are they, like a tin or something type cup? The beer
They're
mugs?
probably jacks. I mean, if they're not, spreading metal around like that, they're probably all leather jacks or wooden tankards.
Yeah.
Now let it be 10, man. We can hold a wake for it on the table.
But it's like, I take it and I said, yeah, and his skull, and I just smashed the
Alcohol
beer in his
poisoning.
hand.
Okay.
Beer goes everywhere, and that was like his blood.
And you
Just-
guys watch as some people get up and slowly slink out and
I'm not
disappear
done
out
with
the
my
door.
story. Sit down.
And they drop down. Yes, no, please tell us again. The first 3 times we missed the story.
Tell us more.
The 4th time is better.
Ugh.
So,
right,
Through the evening, as you eat sup, there is only a handful of people who come in. They're in short periods of time. They get an ale, or they might have some bread and cheese or something. They talk briefly with the bartender. They're out. These are all locals, so they don't appear to have anybody else staying here. And money is clearly scarce. So where they're getting the coppers to come in for an ale or something is beyond you. But there is not a lot of money flowing through this town. Certainly not through this bar. As far as rest for the night, how you want to handle that, you tell me.
I mean, I will, at some point, I'll tell Ulfgar, that we will have some travel tomorrow. It will be a good idea to get some rest this evening. So don't stay up too late. But I must retire. And
I think I'm done for the night.
Yeah.
I
lock the
will
door.
when I get into my room, I will make any kind of attempt to secure the door to come in.
Yeah, they all have like a wooden drop on them, right?
What's the
stone lock.
furniture like? Is it just a bed or?
Yeah, it's like a bed with straw, mattress, all stone though. Stone walls, stone floors. Again, everything is hewn from stone. The beds, of course, are rickety. For you, probably
Nice
way
rib.
too small. Might not even withstand your weight real well as you sit on it, because it's a wooden bed with straw. You might wake up on the floor in the morning, probably as it succumbed to your body weight. Maybe a chair, a candle, but no table. I mean, these are clearly. It's a place where
Chamber
travelers
pot.
would crash, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make myself as comfortable as possible.
Yep.
And then sack out for the night. Yeah.
Uninterrupted through the evening, you all sleep well. I don't know how well Saverick sleeps in a stone cell, but you're not interrupted. You don't hear much in the night. Again, an inn in a poor town where there's few travelers and few patrons. It's very quiet in a stone building, right?
Yeah.
There's just not. You might have heard the scribbling and scratchings of rats on the pavement or on the floor during the evening or something, but no, nothing more as far as disturbance.
Yeah. I
Well,
get
they're
up in
just
the
laying
morning.
basically after the bed kind of halfway collapses. He's just, all you can hear
Snoring.
is sawing log.
Do you guys mind if I ask if we can start the next session with the
Sure.
upcoming events?
That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, no, it's perfect. It's because
Wow,
we're on
it's
3
midnight.
hours and 20 minutes, and
Yeah.
I know you guys are at. I'm at 10:55. It's getting late over here, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's a great place to stop. That's perfect
11:55.
right there. So, real quick, how does it feel?
Good. I
felt really good. I had fun.
Yeah, with the, do you feel like you have as much agency as you should in this?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's, it's definitely, from a player's perspective, at first it was kind of overwhelming because, like I said, when the opportunity to play Gentry, it's like, okay, I wanted that idea, like you were saying, okay, if you decide to do this, there's going to be responsibilities with the guys, like, okay. Yep. But it's also a lot of room to grow because that's my only one stat is prestige.
That's right.
That's it. So I've got...
there could have been, if not for the random seeds. So there might have been all kinds of responsibilities that come up naturally, but the random seed, it was Sea People's attack. So that kind of, affects. I got to find a way to fold that in, and that's the best place to fold it in.
Well, he still took advantage of that, like when he was on the thing, and then started ordering them to fire,
right?
In volleys like you did, and then even when you're up here, you're handling the diplomacy. Yeah. With the king.
Yeah. Well, I can do it.
So Dell's personal was the nobleman makes an offer to help him smuggle goods. That was Dell's, which he turned down. And then your personal one, Ulfgar, was nobleman needs an architect to help build a defensive palisade around his personal home. So the only way I could introduce him was through a wagon with a broken wheel. And at some point he might have seen your work and said, would you be capable of erecting those were your two personal. And of course, Brian's personal one was the nine strangers from Norwich, which you guys are currently pursuing. That thing, and they're that short, 9 strangers. I mean, there's no more to them. I have to create kind of what the hell it is. Like, so I don't know what they're.
Even when I wrote mine out, they weren't more than maybe. I limited myself to, I think, 9 words.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to keep it as short as possible and see how condensed I can make the idea and keep it loose.
Yeah, really, all I want is something to spark this, that I have to come up with something enough just to get it in front of you, and then in a way the players also decide how they're going to deal with that, because you don't want to put much more thought in it, because like Dell just refuses.
Well, and like the one that I rolled with you guys, there's a bastard about. Right. What does that mean?
I love it. Yeah.
It was, it could refer to anything, really.
Exactly.
I'm not a bastard. Mom said I was special.
It went in like 3 different directions when we were playing. So
I mean, I rolled Sea Peoples arrive on River Dredge. I mean, what does that mean? Are they showing up to scout? Are they showing up to wage war? I turned it into raid, right?
No, that's.
Yeah. So I mean, I love that, because you're right. What does the bastard about mean, right? It's so cool. Yeah. It puts us in a naive seat, and we're playing. We're also players that way.
So for our next session, what do you guys think? Do we want to try and find Krafoko first, or do you think it might be helpful if there's no interference from Elamand?
I think we need to find him first. We've got to get as much information about this giant as possible.
Okay.
Especially when he was recommended by the priest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That might have. I might have been unhinged otherwise, but since he said it, I'm like,
just your conversation with him, it shows that no, the church isn't in cahoots with him. The church is just basically keeping tight-lipped so they can survive.
There are some favored monks there, though.
Yeah.
But it's not 100%, that's for sure. So they're at least divided. What do you think about following back up with Gerda at her village?
Well, see, we got the little kid, we got her.
I don't want to involve the little kid. I can't be responsible for having a kid squash.
I know.
I know. I was going to look for a cartographer, but I didn't think there would be one there.
Scout.
Well, they said it's the mine, so most likely he's in the mine.
Maybe.
Or around near it.
It's got to be somewhere nearby. Yeah. I mean,
But-
they can't. They're not journeying days to
Yeah,
make sacrifice.
Well, I'm thinking that also too. It's like something that large. It's going to be a fairly easy way to find his lair because it's
Yeah.
not going to be like
But see, I'm thinking the kid might know an alternate way of approach, and maybe entrance.
Well, we'll have him draw a map then.
Yeah, that's
Well-
what I was getting at.
And one of the things we'll probably need to find out, which we did in this session, is like how often are these sacrifices happening? What's the? I didn't even think about
that's right, yeah,
asking
the intervals.
the monk. Yeah, what are the intervals like? So
Yeah, this is that's tall, man.
yeah, I know.
18 foot.
It's a big creature, man. I mean, I'm thinking in the back of my mind, I'm thinking like furball.
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Just because I mean, just the the regional mythology,
Right.
just kind of playing off of that.
I'd have to think of some way to either trap him or poison him or whatever. Since he sleeps in the daytime, that was brilliant finding that out.
Well, and
He's nocturnal.
what the monk was saying, I can't make out these words, but there's some kind of potion, elixir, or something that can also help to weaken it. So there's that as well.
He said they didn't have all the ingredients anymore.
Yeah, they didn't know what they didn't know what the ingredients
But
were.
that guy in the mountains
But the Krafoku probably should. Okay.
Yeah, because I think that thing would wreck us.
Yeah, we can't
No.
take that thing head on.
Dude, I have no stats, of course. I'm relying on pure die rolls alone.
I know, and I was rolling straight fives, and Eric's rolling like 18.
I was on
19,
fire
11.
tonight. I was
Yeah.
just like, yes. Because I
But
kind
that's
of like,
what I-
okay.
But that's
You got
what I
these-
love about it. It's this is. I was telling Dell and I've talked about this many times. This is a game that's not dependent on the party staying together. It's not dependent on tactical combat. So this could be very much like Star Wars campaigns where Dell and Ulfgar are on another side of the map doing something while
The trash
Lord
compactor.
Harland is
Yeah.
in this town doing something, and we just do meanwhile screen wipes back and forth, and so
Yeah.
it's you're not condemned to die if the party
Yeah.
breaks up because
No.
it's not that kind of system, right? So,
Yeah. Ulfgar doesn't go, this isn't the droid you're looking for. He just hits him with a hammer and they want to
Yeah.
forget
Right.
about it.
So it's in that sense too. It allows you to be a hero without the game being couched in heroic mechanics or deep hit point pools or
Yeah.
superpowers, right? And you can be you're not a hero in the sense that but you can allow your character to breathe and grow and inhabit them a little bit because they're free to act, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't really enjoying the fight though with the chieftain, the different
Yeah,
stuff.
and the
I was
whole
doing.
point of that is you narrate what whoever narrates the attack calls the initiative and you roll, but either
You
you're
could
going
have
to do
died
damage
because
or
I was
he's gonna
shutting
do
that
damage.
door.
Yeah, I know. That's I was kind of worried that we were
Yeah.
like you were too far out of range, and
Well, I thought
Yeah,
since
it
I
was-
was taking on the chieftain, the rest of his underlings are like, oh shit, if he wins, yeah, no, we're not dealing with that.
Every successful attack made, of course, affected the whole combat, but also
Yeah.
every successful attack they made lowered his difficulty against you in the fight, right? So they weren't wounding him, but they were lowering the difficulty for you, right? So he was
Cool.
a hard combatant at the beginning, but as things wore on, it got easier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
how
that's
that
just when you
is
beat
affected.
someone with a hammer.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had him up against the ropes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Well, that's why I was
you
like,
were
no
rolling
wonder I'm
good.
not. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I could have gone
Oh, yeah.
completely the other way too.
Yeah.
I was kind of like average at a couple of high rolls, but most of my rolls were kind of like between 10 and 15.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the D20, man. It's a
I know.
5% chance any number's going to come up.
It's swingy as hell.
Right. There's no curve, man, like 2d6 or
Well, I mean,
3d6.
at the time my CR was 4, so that 4 to anything I did. And then,
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
When you roll, it just changes your situation. You know. what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
definitely.
Could
Well,
be
and
great.
and you can narrate that. You want to break his weapon, or do you want to cause him damage? You want to take a wound to give a wound.
Yeah, that's a good
Great.
idea.
It's
I
really
mean,
cool.
that's a mechanic I've enjoyed seeing come up more often. Is like the sacrificial stuff. Is like, oh, okay, I'll sacrifice the shield to protect myself. Now I've lost a piece of gear.
Yeah.
Or
Well, that's what the thing is. I wanted to take
Take a
out of
wound, give a wound.
Yeah.
his equation was he no longer has a shield. He's up close and personal, so I can just
Yeah.
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 because
And
he's
that's
gonna
the
have you would
whole
have to
point
let
is
go of the shield to get out of that.
It's tactical
Definitely.
because you say it is. I'm taking out his weapon. You're making a
Yeah.
tactical decision, and if you succeed the roll, he's out of weapon. So
Yeah.
I've got to come up with a way to do
Yeah, I
do
didn't
something
want
about
to
that.
have that pike on me anymore. So it was like,
Yeah.
yeah, no,
No.
it's-
Yeah, I mean it's
like
so
a-
there's tactics,
like a
but the
bill
tactics
hook
are what you make
yeah,
it, right?
basically, yeah, that's what that thing was.
Yeah.
I was
So
like,
pretty
shut
cool.
the door. I thought, yeah, if he rolls a couple of times bad, he's gonna fight it. You know.
Yeah.
Well, and I thought
That's
at
the
some
risk.
point he's going to be surrounded by this whole army.
Yeah. 'Cause it was really-
Fortunately, you guys picked off a few of them on the way.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he killed him before they got there, right?
Well, yeah,
So that arrested their want to embrace him, right? When
Yeah.
they saw him kill his chief.
that was the thing I wanted to let the air out of their morale there and go, yeah, you want. I just took on your strongest of you. Do you really want to take me on now?
Fantastic.
Yeah. Well, I like the tie-in too when you did the mine with him needing ore and needing, or his interest as far.
Well, I
as
mean, that wasn't planned.
No,
I mean,
no, it wasn't.
you know,
It just
yeah.
it comes together in the moment organically, and like me,
Yeah.
I'm sitting there thinking, I'm listening to this woman talking, and what I had pre-written about my character was that I entered it, but as far I was a hunter, but then I got that gig as being a forester with him coming out, but he never comes out, and I've just been shit canned into just patrolling the northern reaches. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of dissatisfied.
Yeah, you just got a job. Just go
So
do it.
Yeah, and
basically-
just
They
breathe.
forget about you as long as the job's being done.
Yeah.
In Little League, you were put in the right field.
Right field.
So when you said there was a beast up there, I'm like, I can get back to hunting, and this is
Yeah.
freaking chance of a lifetime.
Yeah.
So it's just the way it organically just comes about and makes sense. It's
Yeah.
cool.
Well, and that's like I think we talked about this last time. You're always looking for what can you use as a hook.
Yep.
And for me it was, I mean, unless I'm going to get sent up there. But then when it was the mine, and it's like, okay, well, I need resources. I need trade. because
Yeah.
that's my responsibility. I need to
Yeah.
think about how I can serve my people.
Well, and it's actually legitimate. Too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually
it's
a
the
legitimate
angle that you
problem.
approach the situation from.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I was telling Dale. The whole goal of this, when we talk about our player agency for our game, is the players. That's as legitimate as anything I'm going to put on it. Or if I think, okay, this is how you're going to solve the problem, you need to repair the ore transport to the.
Yeah.
Then you guys have to solve it that way. No, you leave it alone, let the players, and then the reality is it actually makes sense. You should
Yeah.
get this done. So your character's actually saying, well, regardless of this monster, we got a problem with trade here we're going to have to fix.
Yeah.
That's true. It's
And
totally
it
true.
actually makes you invest a little bit more in it because it's
Yep.
your reason. It's not like,
Yep.
you get a module and they say, okay, here's why you need to do this.
Yeah.
you know?
It doesn't work. And I
Yeah.
found after 40 years of doing this, players will do whatever just to roll the dice and to fight the dragon
Oh, yeah.
or whatever. But
Yeah,
the
don't
reality
fight it,
is
just let 'em do
it
it.
doesn't work. I
Yeah.
come away going, that's why I've never used modules, because
Yeah.
it just doesn't.
I've been since I've been playing since '79, so
Yeah.
it's been
Yeah.
more homebrew stuff for me.
Yeah.
Most of the module stuff is like railroad. You got to go here to go here
That's
to
right.
go here.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like, no.
Well, and just this idea that I'm not going to think, well, I don't, all I know is I've rolled up this Norwich thing about the beast. What does that got to do with, and your character saying there is a legitimate tin shortage. There's got to be, right? That's real. It has to be real. So, heck, you've got to correct that situation too, really. Right? You're not just saving this village. There's clearly going to be a shortage
Yeah.
of resources for blacksmiths, right?
Well, there's also
So I take that improvisationally from Brian and I say, there is no blacksmith here. I tell Wolfgar, there's no resources here.
Yeah.
This is a problem, right?
Well, the
could
thing
lead-
is too. I think we're
this-
going to
that
really
could
piss
lead
off
to
the
another
king because he's got
problem
a good
down
thing
the-
going right now.
Right. So I
well,
just reinforced his yes, and there's no blacksmiths because there's no resources right. So at some point it's going to start to spread to Dredgewater.
I'm gonna have to do a mall chain of blacksmiths now.
All of our metal that we got on us is probably going to be,
That's why I said I'm hiding or carrying it with me because
Yeah.
that's worth some serious
Yeah.
change now. It went
Around
from
here, it's-
2 copper to 1 silver.
supply and
worth.
demand. Yep.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, I was trying to figure out, because I was unsure of, like, how to, like, at least for Ulfgar, like, trying to figure out some way that I can swing and try and, bring you on without making it, like, kind of, like, contrived.
Yeah.
To me, it seems like, yeah, I agree, we probably will piss him off. I mean, in the end, that's probably going to happen. At some point, he's going to realize if he doesn't tomorrow, before we can get underway, then
I mean, literally, we've cut his overhead way down. He has to have a few guards, but he doesn't have to worry about anything else because he's got that 18-foot creature running around that,
yeah.
you
But it's only a matter of time before you get a rabble rouser around here, and the guards can't deal with him. What are they going to do? Is he going to just command? Does he command the beast, or is the beast just? That's the other thing. Is does he have command over it, or
I'm thinking right
there's
now
a
it's more of a
questions.
tenuous. Yeah, here we'll give you virgins. Just don't eat me, and
Yeah,
that's how that thing.
probably.
Because it's going. I've got a good thing going now. We're going to stay this way. I don't actually physically have to go out and hunt.
Yeah.
Well, and I tried to describe the king that
that's
he
what I'm
wasn't
thinking.
suffering. The king was
No.
not suffering,
He
He was a
not
couch
suffering at
potato.
all. Yeah.
and he was content. He was so relaxed. He's in a gown, barefoot.
Yeah.
And apples.
So I tried to
That was good.
Yeah.
I
shadow that he's clearly not discontented.
No.
I mean, that scene for me was like, I am. I believe I'm coming here to help, and I've been told that he is arrogant, and and so I'm just trying to do the right things by
He's
my
not even
station,
interested in it.
without trying to talk to him without offending him, and I kind of felt like I maybe slipped up a little bit there with the paper, but
Just us showing up has offended him. 'Cause
Well,
he's thinking
at
now
one point I
something's gonna
thought
interfere
Brian's
with it.
forgot the writ.
no.
You hadn't
I didn't
forgotten
forget it because I was trying to leave that,
That was our
until
ace
the
in
way
the
out
hole
the
or get out
door.
of jail card.
It's awesome.
But that didn't work.
No.
You got almost there.
Yeah,
3 steps.
3 steps.
Look at this guy.
I had to pull the Columbo. Just
Yeah.
one more thing.
I just printed this guy up.
Oh, nice. That's
It's,
nice. Man.
that's
How's
the
your
road.
printing coming, Brian? You got one of those machines, boy.
My printing right now is involving mostly dice prototypes.
Nice. Woo.
I've what are you using?
A Mars, Igloo Mars.
You got an Elegant Mars. So I got a
Yeah.
Mars Original Silver and a Mars First Edition after that.
Yeah,
I don't
got
have the
like
Pro
that
or the
with
Pro
black,
2.
But yeah, that's the.
But yeah, I printed out a like a 30 millimeter D20 the other day. I've done some 20 millimeter D20s, 16 millimeter D6s. I've been working on some custom design dice.
Wow.
Because I used to be a caster, and so it's unbelievable, dude. Just go on Etsy and look at custom resin dice. There are
Wow.
people buying like D20s, like standard size D20s,
Yeah.
these crystal clear, like custom made ones. The D20 alone they're buying for $25, $35.
So
Yeah.
you
That's
quit
awesome.
going
Yeah,
to that
this-
full time.
This is.
That's awesome.
Yeah, well,
And I paint him also.
oh nice. The bullet.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, like the base and everything. I print out the base, but all the stuff is green stuff that I model in. This was my first large print.
Nice, yeah.
3-piece purple
Ah, that's
worm.
amazing. Look at that shit. Unbelievable.
And this, I could have printed him probably twice the size,
Yeah.
but I was like, no, I don't want to freak my. And it's funny because I got this from a friend. He gave it to me. He goes, yeah, I've got another printer. I'm not
Yeah.
really using it right now. Do you want this? I'm like, yeah. That's a stupid question.
Dude gave you a printer, huh?
Yep, brand new. He used it twice and said, yeah, I don't have time to learn
Oh.
both of them.
Oh my god.
God.
So he gave it, and then see this one here, I printed everything, the stump, the creature, the base, the skulls.
Yeah,
God,
nice.
that's awesome.
So I've,
Unbelievable.
oh yeah,
They're a blast, man. I mean, I've printed parts that I've used here at the house for stuff. Like I've got an FDM printer too. I have a Creality 19. So I printed all my cable holds for that with my resin printer
Oh, sweet.
to do the cable tie downs and stuff with. But that's
unbelievable.
unfortunately the FDM printers are a little bit more tricky.
yeah.
Just because they're more temperature sensitive with the filament, the extrusion, and doing all
Yeah.
that stuff.
So
and,
what does FDM stand for?
forced deposition material. So it's
Basically like
those
a plastic.
spools. Yeah, it's like a plastic thread essentially that's forced through a hot end nozzle.
Wow.
And
It's the ones that you
extruded out.
see like going
Yeah.
back and forth and printing
Right.
stuff.
Basically, it's almost like using a
Wow.
weed whacker line setup. It's this big roll of this
Yeah,
material,
big spool.
and it literally just, you can see it just going along, just
That's
and it
unbelievable.
just.
Yeah.
And mine's a resin.
So how does the resin one work then?
Basically, it's got what they call a lift plate. You've got a vat full of this stuff, and the plate goes inside of it,
Yeah.
and then goes up
And-
depending on what your layer level is, and then it's exposed by a UV that's already in the shape of your miniature, and then
Yeah.
it goes up.
So
it allows
imagine-
resin.
Imagine like the miniature that he had cut into slices vertically, and then there's an LCD that sits between the LED array and the build plate. And what it does is the LCD blacks out the screen, and then ultraviolet light comes up through where it's clear and creates a layer.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it just does that over and over and over again.
This-
Like the 30 millimeter die I printed took 5.5 hours to print.
Woo.
Yeah.
This guy, I print at 0.03
Yeah,
microns.
0.03. Yeah.
This guy was 19 hours.
Oh,
I believe it.
But
Yeah.
look at that, though. Look how.
I mean,
what I
and
can't
this is-
get
this-
over is how intricate it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
the design, like the teeth. It's got
The teeth,
tongue,
the claws,
all this
it's
stuff.
unbelievable.
Eyebrows that point, and this hasn't even been cured yet. I'm just still cleaning up all the little. But this thing, literally, when it was printed, it came out of the machine.
Yeah,
It sat like this,
yeah.
and it had all the supports. So basically, this part was printed first, and then it slowly layered through here. And I
Yeah.
had a half-inch left of my Z before it was when it finished. And
Oh.
so I'm like, and I usually have a container about this big, so I'm like half of it dunking it into the alcohol, and then the other half cleaning out
Yeah.
all the resin and stuff.
Oh, man.
That's
But,
crazy. I'm telling you, man. It's it's so many people. It's a huge hobby now too.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm doing stuff like with a lot of stuff I've been doing because I like playing with the green stuff, doing all the scenery and stuff. I print it up because I find these all over the place, free files. These are stalagmites or
Yeah.
stalactites, whatever's on the bottom, and I'll put those on the bases and stuff, and then I'll paint them up. So
That's awesome.
and I've got a patron guy right now that does Dark Sun. He's doing miniatures for all the because Dark Sun's supposed to come out in 5e next year.
Yeah.
So he's been doing.
So he's getting ready for it.
He's done 4 different releases. This guy, his tentacles aren't showing yet, but it's called a slit whore. Basically, it's this. The sand is so fine, it's like talcum powder, and this thing just kind of waits till someone walks by
Right.
and it comes up. And this
Right.
thing's like all teeth.
Wow.
And see, the
Holy
file
cow.
was this,
Yeah.
this, and there's multiple tentacles.
Check that shit out. That's amazing.
So
Oh.
this is my
Did it also print the stand or just the creature?
yeah, the stump is a separate part.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So that's the
Gotcha.
stump, and then this is the they're called a kombuchi.
Yeah.
It's a Japanese spirit beetle.
Check it out. God.
So yeah,
that's
I mean
awesome.
this is all this is a multi-print model. It's
Yeah,
not all
yeah.
one piece. All the body, head, the wings.
Because
And the wings are actually
to hold upward parts.
Yeah,
of
the
it.
wings are actually semi-translucent resin
Yeah.
that I stained. So
Holy cow.
yeah, it's incredible what you can print with these things, man.
Oh,
I mean,
it's insane. It's
unbelievable.
Can you
totally-
imagine when we were kids and you would love to have had a great toy
God,
and you had to go buy that cheap
Yeah.
plastic army
Well,
men and
it's
shit.
like-
Can you imagine if you were a kid with this? You'd be making your own awesome.
Oh,
ass
yeah.
toys.
This thing, once it's printed and on a base and everything, you would have to pay $60 probably in a store for
Oh,
this
yeah.
easily.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And this
for the
was
kit.
$1 worth of resin, and it's hollow, so it's
Yeah.
not all heavy.
Right.
I put holes in it to drain and everything, and then
Are you using water washable?
no, that stuff is cracking so badly.
Yeah,
People
I
are
was
like,
going to say, if you're hollowing them out and you don't have any way to cure the inside, I've had so many crack from that.
Yeah, water wash. But see, like this is something someone diversity-wise they came up with adventures in wheelchairs.
Oh yeah, the
I
wheelchair guy.
love it.
Yeah.
This is a druid I'm painting right now, and I just painted. I put it on one of my miniatures pages I do on Facebook, and I was like, "Yeah, this is my next project." Of course, this was before my cataract, so I hadn't been able to touch it yet. And I got within 2 days 500 likes.
Woo!
Everybody's
nice.
like, "Oh, this is awesome!" It was
That's
a pain in the
awesome.
ass to print because it
Yeah.
had a lot of weird little supports I couldn't really reach in to get, but it was.
Wow.
But yeah, I got a patron. He's doing the Dark Sun stuff, and then I find, God, I think I've got a terabyte of free files of creatures and scenery.
Oh, yeah.
And so people are like, "Hey, I need this." Okay, and then my group that I play with, they all chip in a couple bucks here and there to help me buy the resin since I'm doing
Yeah.
it for our game.
Isn't that something, man?
I've been doing the Hero Forge. You can buy the file.
Yeah, the custom-made miniatures.
Yeah, their printout's okay, and the plastics, meh. So I'm like, it's $7 instead of $29 for
Yeah.
unpainted, and then now the colored ones are $44. I'm like, you people are insane if I'm going to spend $44
Right.
on a plastic miniature that looks okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just like, oh God, no. That just, and I've got, let's see, where's?
It's got to be killing the miniatures
Oh yes.
business.
It all depends. I mean, companies like Reaper, they're never going to go away. I mean, I'm sorry, but no.
Yeah, I'll definitely.
This
Oh shit.
the Tarask from one of their Kickstarters.
Oh God.
I would need either now they do make large format printers that could conceivably print
Yeah,
this,
a Saturn.
a Saturn could probably print this, or a,
Damn.
a
Well, that's
Moai
got to be
could
multiple
print this as well.
parts. So
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it was done as a resin print, you could do it as a single print. I mean, they've
Yeah.
done massive prints, like full on. I think it's the Moai. They did a full size Boba Fett helmet, like that would
Oh,
actually
geez.
fit on
Yeah.
your head in one piece.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, this is one of the Dark Sun.
Oh, nice.
Jeez. Oh, that's sweet.
And
It's
see,
got
this
a-
is multiple parts, so this right now hasn't been glued
Yeah.
on because I haven't. But like the head with the harness is separate. I've got once I finish
know.
up, I've got cables that roping that's supposed to go around them. I haven't
Yeah.
cured them yet, so they have a flexibility.
Yeah, they're real
so I can hook them all up, and then I'll put them through the UV to tighten them all up and everything. But yeah, this one's like I think altogether like 30 files, different things.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
like barrel. They literally got like a net.
Yeah.
And before I do that, I have to paint the box, the barrel on a bag that goes into the net. I mean, this guy's like amazing with the files. I mean, this tower's got, you're talking like
Oh,
wood
yeah.
grain and individual nails, and
Un.
the
That's
top
amazing.
of it looks like
Yeah,
a
the-
stretched out hide. And
Yeah.
Yes,
Wow.
I mean, you can take it to the limits, man. I mean, it's just another extension of the hobby.
Yeah.
I got
Wow.
a question out of curiosity because years ago, about 20 years ago, 15, something like that, I worked for Gates Corporation, and that's what I did was work on the extruder. And we'd pour the pellets in there, the resin, and it would come out, and I would have to track it and immediately cure it through with cold water, and then run it through this two huge discs that had the thread on it that were run opposite, that laid the thread over the interior white. Then it would go through another coat of resin. But I mean, and then we would cut it when it came out the end, right?
Yeah.
Package it
Yeah.
up and throw it in there. It was just air hoses. But what I'm saying is that immediately, how do you cure it? And y'all are talking about these time limits. Is it any familiarity between the two processes? And how do you cure it?
His
Why does it
is
take so long?
heat. What he uses, the main thing is heat for that. So it's literally it just cooling down.
Yeah, the FDM one is mostly heat.
And the
'cause
resin is UV. It's literally
it's ultraviolet.
Yeah.
Um,
yeah.
Each layer, the exposure, depending, I use like it's about an 8-second exposure, and then the next layer, is all 8%.
Yeah.
But or 8 seconds. But then that I could literally right now, this thing here, I could, since it hasn't been cured, I could just snap it and
Yeah, it's
really
not
easy.
Yeah, it's not fully cured yet.
I bought
It's just a
or the
dry
guy gave me a
through process.
jewelry round table that you would put in display cases that constantly turns. It's powered by little solar panels. And I've got these 2 large UV lights in this, actually, that you can see it back here, this ennoir.
Yeah, that's my.
And yeah, and I'll set it
On
on
that
there
side.
and turn it on, and it just slowly turns, and it will cure it
Yeah.
so it's completely hard.
Wow.
See, and you can't see it because it's behind this part of the curtain over here, but kind of a similar setup. I have a cabinet that I lined the bottom and the top and the side walls with UV lamps.
Yeah,
And so I've got a 3-shelf setup where I can print a bunch of stuff, wash it all at one time, and then put it all in the cabinet at once. I think I had like 17 models in there at one point in time,
yeah.
Wow.
and leave them for about a minute or two, and then they're done.
Holy cow! So it's that fast?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it can be. I mean, like a lot of the big stuff, I'll leave for hours just to make sure it just
Sure.
fully cures. You never know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Some of the smaller stuff, you're talking 15, 20 minutes and you're done.
Yeah, and that's
But, like-
mostly what I've been doing. I have some hollow models that, like
Yeah.
what he's done there, that I'll make bigger plugs for, because I have a dental lamp
Well, yeah,
that
UV
I
dental.
bought, and I've got, so I can stick it up inside the model and actually cure it from the inside.
Oh.
Like I've had
Nice.
walls, they're about 3 millimeters thick. That
Yeah.
actually the model glows from the inside out and starts curing that way.
Well, this is the thing. It's a
That's
company that
crazy.
you can put a picture online and make a lithograph out
With
of
the
it.
panes, yeah.
And I see.
Yeah.
Look at this. Looks like you can see.
Oh, look at that! Like etching.
Yeah. And
Kinda, yeah. But
But when it's backlit, you'll get blinded for a second here. But when it's
backlit.
Oh shit!
it's
yeah.
Like
my
a
favorite
three-dimensional.
Oh, I remember seeing that
Like a
picture.
three-dimensional.
Yep, it's
a
Magic
base
Man.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
That look familiar?
That's badass.
Magic Mouse.
Yes.
Yeah.
from Players Net. That's my favorite. This took probably maybe
Get
10
outta
hours to
here.
print up.
Yeah.
And I do a slight curve to them.
Yeah.
So that they're freestanding, and I can put them in sit them in windows and stuff. Like I did a picture of my
That's
wife's Siamese cat that passed away,
Uh,
and it was a picture of her, and I did that for her birthday. And of course, she cried when she saw it, but
oh, that's awesome.
she's got it
Yeah.
set it so when she turns on her desk lamp, it backlights it and lights it
Yeah.
up.
A lot of people do those and make like those little night lamps that you plug
Yeah.
into your wall
Right.
outlet. They make them for stuff like that.
You can
That's-
you can do all kinds of different shapes with it. You can do like
Yeah.
I did the slight arc. You can do it straight, but the straight ones have a tendency to want to warp when they're drying.
Yeah.
Right.
You could do a cylinder
Okay.
and have it lit in from the inside.
What about
you
a
can do-
ball? Can you make a round
Yeah,
ball?
you can do
Oh,
a
yeah.
ball. You can do whatever.
I can
the
make-
program's really simple.
Yeah. You can make if a 3D modeler can make a model of it, you could probably print it
Yeah.
as long as it fits, or you can scale it to fit on the build plate.
Yep.
God, that's something. That's
That's
Yeah,
why
I mean-
there's a guy in one of the miniature painting groups. I think it's Drakenforge, but he has like 9 printers, and
Just going.
that's what he does
constantly.
for a living. Is he prints. He's got like 5 or 6 Patreons that he backs
Mhm.
at a commercial level.
Yeah, it goes through
He
it.
has-
It goes like Etsy.
Yeah, and then he'll sell the prints on Etsy.
Wow.
And I mean, it's just a whole little cottage industry.
Yeah,
Yep.
sure it is. Yeah. Amazing.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
like I just recently got these 2 files. They're
Well, I
It's
mean,
a male
you
and
got to get
female
good at making
hill giant.
plastic bullets because
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to get ammunition in the future.
yeah. These are like hill giants on Etsy. For the pair was $25.
Wow.
The file that I bought was $4, and
Wow.
I have it downloaded, so I permanently have it. And it was
And
like
so with the resin,
30 cents to print it.
yeah.
God, that's amazing.
And you turn
So-
around and sell it for 25.
At some point, they're going to start charging you for the files. They're going to hammer
Oh, they
you.
do charge you for the files.
It's the
You're
$4.
buying you're depending on also what, like you said, if I was doing a license to sell it,
Right.
it's a lot more.
Right.
Not a lot more, but I mean, it's more for it. You're paying probably
Sure.
$30 for those hill giants.
Oh,
But I've
gotcha.
seen those things go for $25 on Etsy
Oh yeah.
easily.
Isn't that amazing?
I mean, I've got some big hill giants that I think I spent. This was before I had the printer. I've been wanting one. I think it was like $22 for each one.
Wow.
But yeah, no, it's really, Etsy's really big for that. You can find everything. But thing is, depending on the patron and stuff, you get, I spend $10 a month on mine, and I get each month, like, I think the Dark Sun last one came out. I think I got like 15 files for $10.
Wow.
Yeah. It's absolutely insane. I mean, just being a digital product. I mean,
How hard is it for you to model your own stuff? To make
Like
your
a
own.
bust of yourself.
I mean, you can. Okay, so 3D software. One, it is a little challenging to learn. I mean, there's
Yeah.
some basic stuff
Really
out there.
stiff kerning learn.
Yeah, I mean, if you
here you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's to do like a figurine, like a actual, and have some good anatomy. That's complicated. If you're talking like base shapes, like I've dabbled in 3D modeling, and I've made like those Jersey barriers for like the highway and stuff, where they have the Jersey barriers that go down.
Yeah.
I can make solid forms like that. I've done
Okay.
oil drums and some basic geometry,
Yeah.
but nothing as complicated as an actual figure.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
guys are art.
amazing.
It's
Yeah, those
basically
guys-
it's a new form. The artists that they would normally draw it out. They're doing this, and it's
There's a guy that works in
Ooh.
VR and sculpts miniatures.
wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
he does
through
it all
VR
in virtual
headset.
reality. So he's literally, the miniature is as tall as he is.
And he's just
So
playing around with it.
He's
with
just
the
moving the
hand.
miniature in virtual space and sculpting like a life-size figure, and then
God,
he
that's
scales
awesome.
it down.
Yeah, right. That's crazy cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, literally everything is made of triangles.
Yeah.
The smaller the triangles, the
Yeah.
higher res that
Tessellations.
yeah. And basically, I mean, it's like one of the websites, Thanksgiving, I think it's called.
Thingiverse.
It's all free stuff.
All free
and there's
stuff.
there's a lot of crap, but people are trying. They're saying, hey,
Sure,
But then
yeah.
you're finding
get it.
some that are like insane. I had nothing to do today, so I made this, and you're looking at them going, holy shit, this person does not get laid.
Yeah.
This is what they're doing.
Like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's a screw top dice box.
Oh, nice.
I 3D printed out. I've got to do a little bit more tweaking to the threads, because right about there it starts to get a little tight.
Wow.
But
Check
I've
that
got
out.
about a 1/4 inch left that I've got to work the threads down so it'll fully close. Now, this has actually been sitting around long enough that once I get the threads to work, I'm going to cast it in silicone rubber and then make resin copies out of it.
Oh.
The reason why I wanted to do that is because it's a blank top. So now I can I can hand sculpt.
Symbols.
I can
anything
do
you
whatever
want,
I want to the master and then make another top. Just one master for the base
Yep.
and multiple copies of a top for them.
Oh, that's smart. Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Well, it's
Wow.
like this guy on Etsy
That's so
he makes the retro dice that look like from the beginning. And
Yeah.
I've got like the blue.
Oh, I love those.
He's making it out of the same material as bowling balls, and I've had this dice for 2 years now, and it still looks brand new. There's no breaks. There's
Wow.
no nothing. He said I've driven over a 20-sided with a vehicle, and it does nothing to it.
Yeah, I love those old dice from those boxes.
People call this
man.
4-sided. I call it a caltrip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
call
man,
it
that
a
is
trip
sharp.
to the emergency
Yeah.
room.
Yes. I
So,
remember those from my youth.
Yeah, I kept, and I kept just saying on word of mouth to different people were like, "Where'd you get that dice?" And I just said, "Hey, I get it here." This guy's making like 40 sets at a time, and literally in a half hour, he says they're posted. Half hour later, they are gone.
They're gone. Yeah.
They just,
I can believe it.
The people, all the old school websites, they're like, "Oh, this is my dice," and they're like, "How would you keep those?" I said, "No, these are reproductions. This is who I got them from."
Mm-hmm.
And his other dice sales have dropped off. All people are wanting is like literally
Yeah.
the retro dice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He'll go and do 40, 50 sets worth, and then
And
they're
you
gone
can-
in a heartbeat.
I think it's, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Blue Goblin. I think it's Blue Goblin off of Etsy. He does custom made master dice. And so, he's got several different fonts that you can choose from. They're all free to use, commercial license.
Mhm.
But he's got every shape that they've, all the basic geometry shapes that they've had, even some of the newer ones that are out there too, that you can just say, okay, I want this font on this master, and on the 20, I want this symbol, or on the 6, I want this symbol, and
Yeah.
he'll print the masters for you. Now, a full set of just the standard polyhedrals, if you want to, you're buying them outright as a commercial product to make
Your own
you know,
to sell
your
if
own
you want
to sell.
Right.
They're $180 for a set of masters.
But you could
But-
make that back in a heartbeat.
Yeah, you make
Right.
that back in a heartbeat, because these custom dice, man, I'm serious.
They fly off
They fly off the shelf, and people, like there was a girl, she printed she's got a 120 millimeter D20.
Jeez.
She does globes with. Like, she makes a whole little stand. She encapsulates
D20
a little
globes.
snow
That's
globe
awesome.
inside the D20, and she'll put scenes inside it, and then it goes on the stand, and the stand has a little LED light in the bottom of it.
Oh,
So it lights up the whole thing.
Jeez.
But
that's
not to-
awesome as hell.
not to segue too far off 3D printing or gaming or anything, but
Yeah.
so this is the workbook for Affinity Publisher.
Okay.
This is the InDesign answer for the Affinity software suite.
Yeah.
So it is all of the book layout, magazine layout, typography, how to use the publisher software for
Yeah.
desktop publishing.
Yeah.
So something you guys might want to start thinking about is like, what kind of layouts do you guys like in a
Right.
book?
Yeah.
What kind of
Right.
fonts
Oh,
do you
yeah,
guys like in
definitely.
a book?
Yeah.
Because
Where you
this
gonna
is-
put Ulgrif's
way-
picture in, and that type.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, all three of I guess do you have screen sharing set up?
I think so. I think we can do that, right, Del?
Yeah, I
Can't
can
you give
do,
him the right to screen share?
Yeah. If I can remember how to do that, be good. Well,
There we go. Just saving our recording here. There we go.
But
Oh,
yeah.
are we recording all of that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had forgot it was on. Yeah.
yeah,
How-
it's
this-
still,
I was like, oh,
live.
damn, I
I
better
want to
stop
edit that out.
Yeah. How was my
Okay.
new mic? Did it sound okay, voice wise?
I won't know until I hear back the recording. It sounded fine in the game.
Okay.
There's a little background noise.
Yeah. Well,
It
that is
could
actually
be-
that's my printer going. It's the fan.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, that makes sense.
I was like, what is
So-
that humming noise? And I realized, oh, right, that's right. Yeah, I'm printing carnivorous plants right now.
It
so.
says host has disabled participant screen sharing.
I know. I'm trying to find. I'm on screen share.
I think you'll have to set it up in your actual account settings.
Yeah, that's what it would
Yeah.
be. So it's
But
not,
there's,
it's not
I think
stuff.
there's a software to this that I might download to just help tweak things and on the mic. But $37. I couldn't complain.
Yeah, there's a MIDI.
Oh,
there's a
that's
MIDI
nice.
that you can add and have your audio go
Yeah,
through
because it's got. I mean, it came with everything, and
Yeah,
Man.
so I mean,
it's
I
a
like
good looking
it.
little mic, man.
Yeah, I was like, it was
Well-
Amazon favorite or whatever, and it was
Yeah.
off like $30. I went, oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Amazon, man, is
But-
dangerous.
Yes.
I mean, anyway,
Yes, it is.
I mean, all three of the software packages by Affinity Designer are set up. I mean, basically, they have an answer for Photoshop, they have an answer for InDesign, and then they also kind of go a little bit further where they can dive deeper into SVGs. But like I say, Publisher is their answer to InDesign, and it's just as advanced as Designer.
Wow.
But more advanced than, say, like, you can set up styles and do like the same thing.
Sure.
It's more advanced than Word, but what is it, Lioness? I think that was put out by Wiggy Wade from Triple Ace Games.
Yeah. Yeah.
He posted up in the Affinity Publisher Facebook group that he did the 99% of the work for that hardcover was done using
Wow.
Affinity Publisher.
Yeah,
And it's
that's,
like, if you would have got it off of the Black Friday sale, it was like $25.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I mean, ultra cheap, but it's not underpowered at all, you know.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I know that's a pretty sweet book for Triple Ace.
Yeah,
I mean, it's It's good. Wow. Yeah, we do need Dell and I need to figure that out. What we're gonna do
Yeah,
right
I'm,
now.
I'm on
I
this
haven't
one
even
thing right
touched
now,
it,
but I can't.
Oh,
I mean,
it's
I
fine.
haven't-
If you can't find it, it's fine, man.
I mean, I haven't touched editing of it in gosh, a couple of weeks. I've been too busy with Thanksgiving and then
Oh, yeah.
my tabletop sports games, getting those finished.
Trust me, I understand. I got about 9 projects.
We're in no hurry. Right?
Well, it's like for me, it was frustrating. For like 2 weeks, I couldn't do anything because I was getting cataract surgery. So one eye
Right.
was
Yeah.
good, the other eye was bad. So I couldn't like sit there and try to.
Right. You
I
have
had no depth perception. And it's like
Right,
I try to do an eyeball, and it's like half the face. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. Or he looks like this. He's going.
Yeah. So it's like I'll print some miniatures. That will work.
Yeah.
That will
Right.
keep me going until.
Now, what does
And
it
then-
take to print that suit of armor back there?
Oh, that's genuine.
You can do that with
tin,
FDM. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can do that with
FDM.
FDM.
Isn't that something?
I mean, I used to do way back, way back, SCA,
Oh yeah.
and we did
Street signs.
the plastic barrels,
Oh, okay.
and we would make patterns for it all, and then we would cut it out, but we would have it so we would sit there with a torch, so we could melt it down to the right
Yeah.
curvature for each person.
Yeah.
We would have them put on like they would have like the old moving padding blankets. We'd have that over it so they wouldn't get burned. But then we're sitting there with big welding gloves. We'd heat it up and then around their shoulder, and we had some serious metal, some
Man.
cool armor going. I mean, I actually made my own chainmail.
Oh,
Literally from 16 gauge steel, rolled it
Wow.
out, clipped it, and literally, with 2 stiff needle nose, slowly weaved that son of a bitch together. And
Oh,
Man.
my
I'm here,
God.
this man, I'll grab it.
Yeah. Even just
Should
try.
be good.
I couldn't even conceive of doing like a dice bag in chainmail.
I went ahead and okayed that screen share. We're still live, but I guess we can
Oh,
jump
yeah.
off here now. So, everybody, thanks for watching. If you
Yeah,
did,
thanks
you made it this
for
far.
the game, guys. But now
You gotta
let's.
edit all
Oh
that.
my God!
See, this is
Look
my
at that!
chainmail.
Oh my God!
I mean,